Good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon. I see you guys cannot hear me. Can somebody confirm? Anybody can hear me out there? Okay, for some reason it's not getting the sound out. Hello, Mary Antoinette. Hi, Rahel. Free Talk. Thank you so much for joining me. But I don't know why I don't have the sound bite on this for the sound. Let me see if it has anything to do with the. I'm going to try one thing. You can hear my voice, but not the Unity voice. Okay. Let me see if I can set up the audio. Okay, I'm going to try to play the bite again. Please comment if you can hear it. All right, my people. Now, it seems like there's no audio coming out from the SN on the journey to Africa. That we'll fix that out coming in the next hour or so. But in the meantime, I just want to greet everybody. Blessing to all, greeting, peace, love to all of you. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you can hear my voice now because that'll be a problem. So can someone confirm that he can hear me? Shako Piku, Marie Antoinette. I just want to make sure I got the sound. All right, Thank you so much. Got confirmed by Rahel. Thank you for joining me. Well, we're going to begin. Today's topic again is still something that I still need to work on, is the interlacing of diaspora and as well interlacing the African continent as a whole. And one of the things that I want to focus on is on the finances, because a lot of people say things that they want to do, but at one point the question becomes finance. All the time there will be a financial issue to get anything going. There's a lot of people that work hard. They don't need to get paid or anything else, just as a voluntary base, trying to get a lot of things moving. And the diaspora, yes, they want to help. They want to do something about the continent when it comes to the unification and what it needs. The first thing that needs, I said it quite a few times, the food security, and having really to work at it, make sure that our people are fed at any given time. During drought, during whatever time, we should be able to provide food among ourselves in the continent. We don't have to wait for handouts. And in order to do that also, we need to make sure that our logistics are in line. It's like having maybe different depots, different places, centralize it, and making sure that all Africans, when they see that confidence level, then we can be a little bit cocky, because we can feed ourselves. We don't need to be handing out food. But at the same time, it's my strong belief that we need to create different depots when it comes to having food. Whenever you have food shortage, how it should move food shortage from one country in Africa to another one. And all that logistics should be working along down the line. So there's a logistics issue. It needs to be a broad study where those key depots can be located at, where we can, replenish them as they deplete. And that is up to us, we Africans as a whole, need to understand and how to work it. And from the diaspora world, there's people that are expert in this matter that can share the ideas and way to do it. I can see, for example, Ethiopia had wheat for this year, so there's no need to import. In fact, they're talking about exporting wheat next year. So if we can place certain depots in certain areas, as I said, specifically west, central, east, and as well in the south, and creating this kind of depot where we can really emerge in emergency level. So that means not only food, but alongside of it is going to be medicine. Like we got the outbreak of COVID, so we don't have any kind of preparedness. We just waited until the West supply it, and when they supply it, they don't give us the right amount for our people. So all these things, just like an emergency needs. Let's say there's flood, there's there's drought, there's famine. All these things, if we can place them in certain depots and strategical depots, and we have access, all Africa has access to those nearest depot, I think we're going to be self-sustaining. Already, there's a program that's already put in place through the United Nations, and as well other non-profit that established how to give donation and all that to the continent. So I want to discuss that part where we can minimize our expenditures and minimize our way of utilizing an existing places rather than recreating the wheel. So I'm looking for people to join me and share their idea. This is it's open discussion. You can come in anytime, and I'm going to copy the link for all of you to see. And please join me. You know, I'd really appreciate if you join me and have this discussion. Hey guys, just send out the StreamYard for the discussion. And those of you who can join me, I really appreciate that. So the other thing is I want to talk about is that about our platform, you know, Swahili Nation and One Africa, our platform. It takes a lot of people that are in the back working, trying to make sure that our One Africa is sound financially, because really the burden we share is together. So our growth, not only we grow by volunteers, but also financially. There's certain things that I would like to discuss. That's going to be pretty much in the next half an hour or something. But it's very imperative that we maintain our Swahili Nation, One Africa, and as well One Africa. And at the same time, I want you guys to also register and subscribe. Those of you who subscribe to Swahili Nation, also subscribe to One Africa. These are the two, and the same channels, but we started broadcasting through Swahili Nation, and then we had a disconnect last week, and we were able to use One Africa. So those of you who really are in the Swahili Nation as well, please subscribe and like One Africa. So this is the topic that I came about, and that will help also the low-hanging fruit. I always say that, low-hanging fruit. And I think the low-hanging fruit is to be food independent. We don't expect from the West to be handing out food. Just like Ethiopia showed progress in the wheat and as well other production, I think Africa should take a note and what they did to get what they are, and interconnecting each other and share ideas on looking at from here to the next 5 years, because Africa can be food independent. I mean, that's number one. And I always ask, you know, how? And how we're going to be doing that. And in order to do that, there's a lot of groundwork that needs to be done. Can we do it voluntary base? Yes, you know, there's a lot of volunteers that can help us. But at the same time, those key leaders, if they don't participate in certain ways, and how can we reach them? These are the other questions that we're going to have. How can we reach out to the people that specialize in specific knowledge that is in the West, and bringing it to the East, and as well making sure that every African country benefit from it. So sharing and collaborating and networking is the key. Is how to design those networks in different ways. Just like Swahili Nation, One Africa, the way we present 7 days a week of coverage, we just want to make sure that the same thing applies. If we can do the show 7 days a week, we can pick 7 different items that are really important and bring them up front, something that we can do. Anyway, I just want to say hello to Sam Bantu. And I don't know Sam, you know, I'm still expecting to join me. Today's topic, I just I'm going to be focusing, interlacing the diaspora and as well with Mama Africa. And we're going to start talking about finance and where can we get this finance and how we can get the understanding of the shortage of food that we have. Are we going to keep on waiting until we get handout? And what does handouts mean? And at the same time, how to work and how to collaborate with the diaspora and get the experts in certain things that we might need, and as well look into our natural human resource that we have in the continent. How to bring those people. They have idea, but at the same time, they might lack in finance, and they might lack on equipment, material, name it. There might be some kind of shortage, and how to reach out to them and enhance and support them in order to have a self-preserved and self-organized, and as well self-dependent on food security Africa. So it's kind of it looks short kind of topic, but it's not. We can expand on that. And those of you who join me, and always expect Sam to join us. A great comment that he put in, soundbound too. So I appreciate that you join us, Rahel, and anybody that would like to join again. I posted the link, and let me repost it again. Okay. Since I'm going to be interacting to those of you who don't want to join me, I just want to take a little kind of survey. Since you're online, what is the first thing we need for Africa to secure food in the continent? You can answer it in any which way you want, but this is about food security, since that was one of the first topic. And how would you suggest also the diaspora can participate in this food security? And food security would lead to self-reliance. Do you agree? I just want to see some comment, and I'm going to read off the comment. I'm trying to make it as interactive as possible. And those of you who join me, I really appreciate that. We can have the one-on-one question, and we'll see how people react to this question. Sam, any comment? Marie Antoinette? Ryan? I just want to make sure. All right, Sam, as you said, yeah, you guys would be securing water. Definitely we need to secure the water. We should be very creative in any time it rains, how to collect that rain, and how to build some kind of water for irrigation, a pond. How can we do that? Because sometimes, in Africa, we lose a lot of water that's been given to us naturally, rained, but we never captured it in order to really use it for future sense of droughts. That's true. That's a good start. First, water. So in order to collect that water, we need to build some kind of a pond. And does it take finance in order to do that? Or does it take the whole village to participate and allocate this pond that maybe somebody was putting some kind of agriculture in it, but it's a prime, very easy to build. How will you guys suggest? Does it need finance? That's the next question. Do we need finance behind it? Any takers? I'm still looking for some comment. I'm just going to make sure that we are interactive today. Definitely, Sam. The water issue is very much in question. I think we need to study more of our weather and understand how many raindrop we do and how we're going to collect it. And in fact, there's most farmers they have a good way to predict when it's going to rain and how much rain they're going to have. I think that would be also something that we could look at into the natural way of collecting water. Do you think Africa wastes a lot of water? Anybody, any taker? And that's a good stat. Yeah, as Sam says, 6 out of 10 of the most drought-ridden nations are in Africa. Now, since we got that, can we understand how much rain they get, or they might be in a neighboring area where they can be helped by piping some water? And these are the things that needs study. Yeah, like you said, Ethiopia is the most drought prone. Yeah, because you also have the mountains. This is high plateau. There's a lot of, but at the same time, we are blessed with a lot of rivers. We have a lot of rivers. You're looking at Omo, you're looking at Awash, you're looking at the Nile, the big Nile. And at the same time, even though we're limited into some use of the Nile, except for the dam right now, but there are other areas that we can explore. And again, it rains in certain areas. If you look at Eritrea has what, over 700 dam collecting water year after year. They keep building it and building it, and whenever it rains, they start collecting water. It's just a study that requires in order to get these things built. Yeah, a sure way to always have water would be to build a desalination plant. Yeah, desalination plants, they're really great, especially all the coastal area. But at the same time, we got to also adhere to some costs. But if it is really droughty area, yes, the desalination will work definitely. We can, we can turn the seawater, like you said, into drinking water. Absolutely. But in my question, also, only Sam is answering. But any takers? Do you think Africa wastes water? Whether it comes in the form of rain, it comes in the form of natural rivers that we have. Do we have enough really water if we really sort out a way to do it, pipe it out or anything? Do you think Africa have enough water to share among each other? That's the key. Can we share that water? And also, there are some dam that's being built, and then when you start tapping some water, keep that in mind. When you start tap to that water, also you reduce a certain amount of the water that goes to the dams. Other than that, do we have enough water in Africa to really share among ourselves? So what's your take on Bantu? I wish you guys can join me, but trying to get a little bit of interactive between the comments and as well on the show. One other question. Okay, one other question that I have is, in Africa, do we have a knowledge of how to collect water? Yes, we have drought areas, but we also, do we have the ability? Do we know if we can really build some kind of dam or some kind of pond or anything to really collect this natural water that comes in the form of rain? But these are the things that really we have to look into. And it's one thing I always said, since you brought the issue of water, of course, the number one thing is about water. If you don't have the water, and at the same time, if you have minimum water, it's just having also seeds that are resilient against drought kind of areas. But at the same time, how can we maximize our food security on areas that are really blessed with water in a fertile land? These also can balance out. Yes, we have a drought. There's other science and technology that they did explore deeply on how to really convert certain drought areas and how to recover some of these lands. That's one of the questions I asked to Marit in Netherlands. They keep collecting land from the sea. Just the same way is how can we really preserve the existing one that's gone into this arid zone, and the desert is expanding, and how to really maintain and have a wall so it won't deplete those good lands, and what it requires in order to achieve that goal by, like you said, preserving the water. Because I think there's certain area that really get wasted without anything. Those water could have been redirected or put into different products. Whenever the product, just having the water bottle, bottling that water is another also preserving certain drinking water. But again, and these are the questions that I have for today: is how can we get certain information that we may lack in Africa? But I'm pretty sure we have a lot of information. It's just we didn't explore them deep on individual or nationwide. But we also have an understanding that our diaspora, we have a lot of knowledge when it comes to create or, for example, in the U.S. is FEMA. Whenever there's something in emergency, they use the FEMA system, and they have placed it in certain key places, and they can deploy anytime. The same thing, and people that are really working with FEMA have the understanding how to deploy and what it needs when it comes to disaster and recovery time. The same thing with the food and everything else that we have, that food security I see it as a priority, because that security will give us even a better way to look at, hey, I have food, now I have security around you, because it needs a security in the nation, and how to move forward onto achieving other goals. The understanding is that we're going to the unity, one Africa, and how to really pursue all the low-hanging fruits, and to achieve that goal, it needs some kind of finance. That I know for sure, because finance will bring us also the real professionals that can work in that field. If needed be, One Africa cannot just sponsor everything, but at the same time, since this is a foundation, we're probably going to tap into different leaders and different people that really can put their their goals that they have into contributing to the African continent. So again, this is where we stand right now. How to link everything with one Africa, or the whole continent actually. How to link everybody into doing their specialty. And since today's topic is the food security, people that are really known about food security, how to build those dams, how to preserve the water, how to irrigate it, and how to get those seeds that are resilient, and we can share it among Africa, across Africa. And these are the focus point that I see in Africa, because every time that we have drought, the USAID will come, United Nations will come, and everything else, and at the same time, we're introducing a lot of other things into the continent. We're vulnerable when it comes to that level, because we need to know how to secure it, but not how to ask for it or beg for it. We don't have to. And these are the topics for today. If anybody joined me, really appreciate it. I'll put my my StreamYard again. Please join me. We'll have a lot more discussions when it comes to the food security and the security of Africans. All right, I'm just going to move on one of the few information that we had, and I'm trying to make sure that everybody kind of. I'm going to put some kind of reminder about one Africa, and I'm going to take you back in time where this letter that Mika put together. Okay, One Africa means we are together in this. You're not alone anymore. Whatever you are going through, Africa got your back. And whatever happens to you, it happens to us. I like this quote. This was Mika that wrote it. And do we have each other's back? That's a question. Are we supporting one another, no matter how brutal things can get? But are we really supporting one another? And it starts within the nations. Within the nation, inside the nations, are you supporting each other? The key for this interlacing Africa is to bring oneness to Africa. And it starts with ourselves. And Mika already laid out, we need to change. The change starts with us. We need to change. Our attitude has to change. Our way of thinking has to be changing, because now we have to have a bigger notion, because as Africans, we live in the continent. You should have access to all the nations. Are you able to do trades, do anything without any financial burden in order to get that done? Let's say you got excess, I'll take a few examples. You have excess of food. And are you able to distribute that food with no issue across Africa? There's a question to be answered. It's not just you have food security, but on top of that, you're producing more. And if you produce more, do you have a facility or a way to distribute the food of excess. And that stays in Africa, within Africans. Each African country specializes in certain growth when it comes to agriculture. And you can trade one that is stronger. So through the map and understanding it, we should be able to share our crops if we have the excess across Africa. So I'm turning back to my commentators. What do you think, Sounds Bantu and Marie Antoinette or Shako Piku? I just throw that question to all of you. Is an African country that's secured when it comes to food and have excess food, how can they distribute it to any African country, and also that helps them to secure food? That's another question that we need to work on. Now, the other thing that Mika said, this is what we are striving for. Nothing less than one Africa. We will achieve our goal if we are united. Several times we suffer from the fear of the unknown, and therefore choose division and let go of the one thing that truly holds power. The reason why Europe is so powerful is because of the EU. They don't agree on everything. They despise one another, but they understand the basis of power. And if we, as Africans, do not wake up as soon as possible and choose unity, I'm afraid Africa will never know the true meaning of power. That's another good quote from our brother Mika. Hey Sam, yeah, do we have the infrastructure to support that? There you go. That's the, I think, the key information. Do we have the infrastructure? We might have certain areas, but within the nation to have highways or any train or any transportation, all the logistics and stuff like that, put it in that same thing. We're not interconnected. We're talking about highways, where you have a great, you can come from anywhere, just like a river, put it that way. The river is getting bigger because of the influence that it gets on the side. So you can come from anywhere, you can come from any junction, from any part of Africa. Do you have the highway? Or do you have any part? It can be on a train. Even the train can help distributing those things. But do we have that? The study has to be, even though there's a free trade agreement in place, there's a lot of bumpy roads. And you can have the route that goes, for example, in the east, when it comes from through Moyale to Kenya, and it goes all the way down through Uganda. And these are, there's roads, but they're not per se, they're bumpy roads, put it that way. They're not really per se a strong highway. So that's one. And the other thing is, where do you put, let's say you got a good year, your yield is high, and it's even more than you produce. And some of them, you can think about it saying, hey, they don't even have enough storage to have the excess. And what they do with it, these are the things that we can talk about. Yeah, you're right. The infrastructure is very important to support this drive. Now, I just want to keep in mind, just think that there's an east, west, south southwest, southeast, and think about having all these highways that interconnect Africa. You can start from north to south, southwest. It doesn't matter how you start, do we have that transport? And well, I see, Sam, you wonder if it is feasible to transport food on the intercontinentally over land. Remember now, technology goes forward, and we start cashing in when it comes to electrical vehicles and stuff like that. And at the same time, keep in mind, the gas is going up. Yeah, I think you're going to spend more on the gas into transporting the food, but it's all balanced, because the cost is better than to have something than nothing. So the cost that's going to kick in with it is better to have the cost even within the African Forum. We can have funds that can help this kind of emergency stuff. But when it comes to distributing, well, it's better than none. We should look into the railway. Definitely, we need electricity across the African continent, where they're all interconnected through the grids. There's grids now interconnected and helping one another. There's one in the east, which I know, between Kenya and Ethiopia, and at the same time, I think Kenya also have another one, but I cannot be for sure. But we had a topic on that a couple of weeks ago, and they have a certain grid like connectivity. So now the dam start operating full time. The dam will have a very successful supply. I would say the whole East Africa. I'll take the East Africa, including going north, Egypt, and as well Sudan's, both north and south, and it can go beyond. It's just a matter of being fully operational. They're still distributing electricity, they're still working, but we need more of the turbine to work. So it's something that we'll see, because I know for sure that that dam will really produce mega electricity for the rest of Africa, not to mention within Ethiopia. And now you produce electricity. Remember now, you need to have there's another question about infrastructure, because you're going to have to type that out through lines and different apparatus, getting substations and all that. So that's another work that it takes. And it's not easy produce the electricity, but you need to have a distribution system. So that's what you call, you need the transmission lines and going across Africa. You still need copper, so I think we can save some of our coppers for ourselves, where everybody can share by producing those lines. And as well, you need those coppers within the substations. Okay. More Solomon. Okay. I got Africa needs infrastructure. Absolutely. I mean, that's there's a lot of work. I mean, these are low-hanging fruit. It's just how can we, in the West, we have an area where you can sponsor a highway. So any maintenance, the name is within your name, but at the same time, you contribute into the build. Basically, it's your company name or your name, you're sponsoring that whole segment road. These are the ideas. So I got Mo Solomon that's joining me. Hey Mo, welcome to the show.
Hey, brother. Thank you for adding me, brother.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, man. Good. Just what's it called, at work currently, but I'm on a little break. So yeah, I wanted to discuss a few things actually.
Yes. Go ahead.
So yeah, with the dam problem in Ethiopia, right?
Uh-huh.
If you look at it from a context, or again, I'm from Djibouti, so yeah. If you look at it from a context of, if you look at it from the outside, right? If you take yourself out of
Right.
the situation and you're looking at it from a different perspective, let's
Mm-hmm.
just say if you look further into the future, like what could be the consequence if this dam is fully completed?
Mm-hmm.
How about this right now? Egypt's getting very angsty. It's talking to surrounding countries or neighbors of Ethiopia, and it's
Mm-hmm.
looking at Ethiopia as a problem. Because if that dam
Mm-hmm.
is complete, it's going to reduce the amount of flow of water that goes into Sudan and Egypt. So they're looking at it as a problem for them. Again, Ethiopia has every right within themselves to do what they want with their sovereign land. So they can build a dam as much as they want. That's their right.
Right.
So I think again, this is going to be a huge problem for the future, and I think it could even go as far as a Cold War. I don't know. What do you think, brother? You're from Ethiopia, right?
Yeah, I'm an Ethiopian Eritrean, so let's put it this way:
Yeah.
that dam, that dam, if there was no dam built, there are so many countries that would have been flooded on the first round. First round,
Yeah.
when it filled, it was not intentional. It came out so big that it really passed the walls. Okay,
Yeah.
and it was not noticed until, hey, this thing is flooding the area to be flooded. People think that, in fact, the excess that went already flooded part of Sudan and part of Egypt. These guys, one thing that they don't see is that in the middle of May, I mean, the raining season didn't start yet. But when you start seeing flooding from May, and sometimes, all the way in October, um, the dam did a good job into maintaining the flow. And no matter what that you put, the the dam flow, the river flow, it can get unpredictable.
Yeah.
So it's a matter to collaborate instead of procrastinating or saying, "Oh, this is going to happen. The shortage is going to be here and there." Right? The Nile is still flowing. You're still getting your flood. You understand? It's just the way I see it. So before it is up and being a benefit, because this dam has a lot of benefit from north, from Egypt, all the way south. I would say all the way to Tanzania. We can light them up. It's just, again, you need to have infrastructures. So that'll also contribute to a certain grid if we're gonna interconnect them throughout Africa. Eventually, all these dams that produce electricity, Africa needs those electricity. It's
Yeah.
just how to share and how to collaborate. This is not about pride, this is about survival. How can we survive in this mode with no electricity in your
Because
country?
this is the way
Okay.
I'm seeing it, right? I'm seeing
Hmm.
it as Ethiopia can survive without the. For if you're looking at it from outside perspective, right?
Hmm.
Um, Again, Ethiopia can survive without the river. You can survive without it. Ethiopia can
Hmm.
continue running and it can still do well for itself without that river. However, if that dam does cause, let's just say, shortage of water, or it does block out, or again, it does block out and give droughts to Egypt and Sudan. Because again, not so much to Sudan, because there's already like a desert. It's already like a deserty place, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
But more of Egypt. Egypt, again, within weeks, its economy can crash, and its finances and everything else along with Egypt can crash. It can hit all-time low. If that dam succeeds, and right, Egypt can be in a very difficult position. And Egypt also, again, this is another thing that Ethiopia should be wary of. You should be wary of that. Egypt also has many countries as allies. Again, you have
Hmm.
to look at the canals. Europeans depend on that canal. So again, if Egypt really wanted to, it can use its navy to block out the canals, stopping again. Europe would collapse then because it wouldn't have the necessary oil and resources to maintain Europe, because Europe doesn't have the things that it functions or the things that help function its society today, like again oil, like gas. It doesn't have those things. It doesn't have those requirements. That's why it depends on other countries. That's why I don't. That's why it depends on other countries to give them those necessities. So if Egypt really wanted to make a stand and make other countries or make its allies focus on Ethiopia, it can really block off that canal, and not just the Europeans, but the rest of the world will focus on Ethiopia. So I say, as a outsider who's also who's pro, again, I would rather side with Ethiopia. I would tell them, you know what, it's better, as you said, Big E, to discuss with them. It's better to discuss, but they don't want that dialogue. That's the problem. What do you say, Big E?
Oh, sorry about that. For some reason, this thing just went on mute. No, what I'm saying is, when it comes to Egypt, okay, there's a lot of issue. Okay, it's not just about the dam. They had issues in the past with their neighboring, including Sudan. Now they're colluding together. Now they got something that they can bite on. But at the same time, there's even other solutions that was in there. I don't know if you remember the highway that Egypt was trying to build. Okay, Egypt is saying, hey, I can produce all my agriculture goods and distribute it to Africa. So they're building a highway that starts from Alexandria, okay, go through Cairo and come south, Khartoum, bypass Ethiopia. Okay, it's going to bypass Ethiopia and go to Kenya.
Yeah.
But guess what? Now that highway is going to come through Khartoum, then through Ethiopia. And as well, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to go through Eritrea, but it's something that they have to negotiate with. But I know for sure they changed their mind and they said, you know what, that's the best route because
What's the
half of
purpose of
the
the highway?
yeah, because that highway, part of the highway is completely done in Ethiopia to go through your Moyale and go to Kenya. So they're doing on what they, benefits them, but at the same time, you're not going to make it a sound decision on how to collaborate and when is this water needed. When is the this water always flood. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Summertime comes, it always flood,
yeah.
and it depends. There's no control. Even the Aswan Dam cannot even handle it. They have to release it, and it has to go over it, and it still flood Cairo. We've seen
And
so
I,
many videos. Yeah, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
So there's issue when it comes to the geopolitics, and as well, the dam became an excuse. Also, yes, Egypt, yeah, they have a concern. I mean, it's the upstream. Okay, Sudan, yeah, they have the right, but you need to sit down, closed door, no West interference, nobody else but Egyptians, Sudanese, Ethiopians, and remember, Eritrea is included too because Takaze is the water. They share
Yeah,
that water.
and the thing, if you look at like just for example, the Hoover Dam in Utah, Nevada. Nevada is a total desert. Arizona is dry as I don't know what. That Hoover Dam, which gets its water from Colorado, supplies Nevada, Utah, Arizona, and California.
Don't
That
forget
dam,
Mexico.
oh yeah, New Mexico. Of
Oh
course,
yeah.
when something is being created, there will be complaints because again, a fear of the unknown. But in the long run, if you're talking about generating electricity and all the other things that dam will generate, the infrastructure that would be spearheaded off of that dam, why would anybody oppose that? It
I
makes no
think,
sense.
see, if you're looking at it this from an angle, right? This how I would see, or this is again, as brother Big E said. it would need to be those countries sitting down and discussing this, because I don't see any other way that this can be resolved. Because let's just look at it this way, right? I think that was the reason why at the beginning America was so focused on entering Ethiopia, and that's the reason why they asked my country. If you, Biggie, you probably heard about Djibouti. They were told to by the Americans to turn their missiles and to turn their military towards Addis Ababa and to what's it called, attack due to Americans' orders. You probably know about that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And what happened is we refused. We told them no. We told them that we won't attack, and we made it public
but
to the
again,
people.
the dam is just an excuse because again, are they dams being built all over the world? There's no issues with that, but all of a sudden, the one in Ethiopia is causing all these conflicts and strife and all this
No.
other stuff.
It's bigger than that. BJ is bigger than that. Egypt is working with them. What's it called? The colonial powers. It's secure. Again, there's a reason why Egypt is looked after or again protected by the rest of the world, because again, it controls the canals. It has their interest at heart, so they need to have their interest also at the heart. They're working together, and that's the reason.
So they're still sitting up there taking care of a third party's interest and not the interest of the people who are.
Oh, of course, the European countries don't give a damn about the rest. They just care about Egypt securing their and that's the reason why they also work with Djibouti as well. Djibouti and Egypt are like their puppeteers, and I'm also cussing out my country and I'm calling them out. We're basically, if I'm gonna be totally honest, we're American puppets, American and the Saudi puppets, because again we also, for just judging from the president, I don't even call him a president. I would more like call him a dictator at this point. If we're looking at the things that are happening in current events, this doesn't look good for my country. We, at least one good thing that came out of it is we made it public what the American plans were and how they wanted to use surrounding countries as their or surrounding countries with their base as their military military interference. They wanted to use those surrounding countries as their attack option, and we made it publicly clear. So Ethiopia can now be ready for that. But then also you have to look at it from this context as well. America will always look for an angle to enter Ethiopia. Am I correct on that, Biggie?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, but America is always going to look for any angle that's going to give them entry to what resources they want. That's been the bottom line from day one. So if they're interested in you, that means they're interested in what they are trying to take from you. And they'll sugarcoat it, civil rights, human genocide, whatever angle they want to angle it at. But the bottom line is about what you have and they want. And the thing is, people have to sit up there and decide what's going to be best for my people. Again, you're going to have differences of opinion and differences of approach. But if it's not benefiting you most, then why are you fighting someone else's battle?
Context, yeah, I agree.
And every time, when you look at the benefit, okay, the benefit that this dam has is so big, okay, it's so big. I mean, it's big. It's really how much you get. This dam produce 437 liter per second. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of water.
It has massive benefits.
Massive. And, in fact, you can say, hey, can you hold a little bit on that water, because we can downstream. We just kind of, get flooding. You see what I'm saying? There's so many things that it can be done.
Even with that, I mean, you have most of the farms like out west in the south, whatever. But once they develop hydroponic gardening, we get a lot of our fruits and vegetables from Canada year round, because, for example, Sudan being a desert, you build a bunch of hydroponic gardens with, farms all over the place. You can take that water and you can grow food locally all year round. Yes. So there shouldn't be any more famine anymore.
See, Sam made a good point in the comment section where he goes, the West has zero to gain and much to lose from the dam, while Africa only has to gain and zero to lose, which is correct.
Yep.
I'll
because
put more
now,
context.
yeah, and now remember now, Ethiopia will be getting uh, independent from these handouts. We produce electricity, we sell electricity, we produce food, and we have food security. Do you know that Ethiopia already had secured her wheat for the year, and next year she's ready to export?
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, and in fact, the African Economic, um, some banks for African development came in and he said, "Oh my God, he cannot believe," because he was trying to put that together, but Dr. Abiy showed him, "Hey, listen, we start working on it in 2019, and we already are uh, wheat support. Everybody keeps saying weed, so we secure that by having collective small parcels put together with all these farmers. They were able now to acquire machineries, technology, in order into harvesting, into working with the land, because they collaborated together. So that shows that it worked in Ethiopia. It might as well have the same replication throughout Africa when it comes to food security. So if Ethiopia has started having food security, if Ethiopia has the fund that she needs to sustain, this is growth for the country and being completely independent from any influence. And that, my friend, it is the hub of the AU. It is the hub for a lot of organization. And Ethiopia do what Ethiopia is best for her. Now, Ethiopia is going to look for her interests, and she'll be cocky on them because she's secured. And they don't want that. They don't want us to be the example. We've been out 3,000 years, independence. We protected it all this time. And now they're trying to try it again to get her down, but they can't. They can't.
You see,
And with that independence,
Biggie.
it will then spearhead the infrastructures that would then coincide to support the electrical lines and everything else, and it will
Mhm,
just build off of it.
mhm,
You see, I would say the context of Ethiopia. I think the whole Horn of Africa is in jeopardy at this point. If you're just looking at the recent problems we've been facing, if you're looking at the context of the again outside forces that are looking in, if you're looking at the Middle Eastern countries running out of oil, if you're looking at certain things or actions that have been taking place in the world, do you agree, Big E, that Horn of Africa is in massive danger? And we're next.
we're already on the next list. It shows
When
you.
haven't you not been on that list?
Yeah, you've always been on that list. The first thing, look at Somalia.
Yeah,
Right after, uh, right after, not even 24 hours, and you have
American forces back in.
exactly. And I
In
mean,
about 20 something years, they make their return.
now their return. You understand now how Formaggio lost,
Yeah, I'll tell you how
and
Farmajo lost. They lost because of the Saudis. They put a pro puppet government that supports his Arab League regime. They paid off some ministers probably, and they did some things behind the scenes. Saudi is the ones responsible, and they put him in there. They put him in charge.
yeah, and we know how much they want to influence here and there, but at
Yeah,
the same time, you see all the hypocrisy that Saudi is playing. So it's on them now. It's up to the Somalians to show their fate. It's been
the
done
problem
before.
is we have puppet leaders. Again, I may not be a Somali from Somalia, but again, if I'm looking at it from a context of what's happening in Somalia, um, this is what I would say, right? There's already a divide among the people. It's already like there's more of the north versus south, and Biggie, you probably know about Somaliland versus Somalia.
Hmm.
Um, there's also the context of what's it called, the southern government of Somalia having problems again with Al Shabaab, and Al Shabaab have their own what's it called, their own little. They live in the outside skirts, like the deserty terrains. They live in like the mountains areas, and that's more of their terrain. Um, but if you're looking at the context of man, 20 less than 24 hours, and they're back in. I mean,
Right.
Can I ask a question? What is in Somalia that they're so interested in?
natural
Because they
resources.
wouldn't be, because they would not.
There's
Okay,
abundance
okay.
of oil and natural
Oil.
resources.
The
Yeah,
oil.
there's oil there, and
The
there's
oil.
uranium as well. Uranium
Yes,
and oil.
uranium too. Yeah, uranium also. You see, what happened to Somalia when they try to gather their thoughts and putting all their information that they have on their soil and everything else, boom, they created a chaos for them. Now they're fighting one another for nothing, but they created that force to separate them. One thing about Somalia, okay, they have the resource. They have the main resource that the world wants: uranium, and as well the oil. The oil, in fact, they're saying is almost a depot, or
Yeah,
where
there's.
the whole. The, if they didn't make that study, I'll be surprised because they wouldn't be interested in it.
And plus the location being off
You see, the
the
main
Indian Ocean,
perpetrators.
give them all easy access to it.
Yep.
You see, the main perpetrators are the Saudis. They know that their oil is running out, so now they want Somalians. That's exactly what they're doing. On the context of Djibouti, we're already American puppets. I agree. This president right now, this regime has 8 military bases in the country, which is unheard of, ungodly. Like, how can you have 8 foreign military bases in one country? Like, it's just madness. Um, you also have tensions between the Isas and the Afars. So there's already tensions between the two groups, the main groups in Djibouti. There's so many problems that are happening in that whole region. In Ethiopia, you're looking at it. You're looking at the TPLF in the north, and then the war that's going on in the north of Ethiopia, in the
Hmm.
Tigray region. You're
Hmm.
seeing the problems and how what's it called, the TPLF are advancing and taking over small territories and making movement upwards or again downwards. I would say. If you look at the situation of Eritrea, you've seen that Eritrea already has the label of North Korea of Africa.
Hmm.
And soon enough, American is going to give them their democracy. What I mean by that is they're going to enter the country and liberate the people by sending Eritrea 20 years back by by destabilizing the government. Like,
By the way, me and Rin were talking about this, and we call it democracy. Demons, democracy. It's not democracy. It's democracy. It's just what when you go on a definition of democracy, you ever notice that whatever that you throw in it, it works.
It
Whatever.
doesn't work. It never
No, no,
has.
no,
It's
no,
an
no.
illusion.
That's what I said. The illusion works every time that you throw anything in the name of democracy. It's a
Well,
democracy.
because people are so desperate to
ye-
believe in
it's so
something and
easy
not
to
to
counter
want to
the
accept the
argument of
truth,
democracy.
they just fall in line.
Why are they putting their nose in something that doesn't involve them? Are they the world police? What gave them the authority and the right to decide who gets to live by what law? Who made them
because
the
they
authority?
because they want the resources that you have and they want
Exactly.
to keep you fighting, and that's my biggest problem. Why are you guys still keep fighting each other?
Abi described
Because
this.
once
Abi
you
Ahmed.
knock each other out,
You
they're gonna
see,
just roll the trucks in and just pull everything out.
Abi
And,
Yep.
Ahmed described this in perfect words when he did an interview a few years back, where he talked about the outside forces making simple people like the Horn of African tribes turn against one another. It's all a domino effect. If they're so focused on themselves, they're willing to do whatever to get rid of the enemy, including inviting enemies from abroad to come inside their country. You understand? They're making them focus on each other. They're making each other kill. It's shocking, man. The Horn of Africans need to focus on actually. Again, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. It doesn't matter. What's it called? The massacres, or it doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter to a context. Yes, but I'm talking about we have to see the bigger goal. We have to understand that we're next on the hit list. Everybody in the entire world, there's not a single friend we have. So all of us need to understand that we need to
Mhm.
shake hands. Let the past be the past and move forward.
That's where we are right now. We have to really shake it off and see where you're standing. Which land are you in? Where you live? And is the next neighbor of yours? Does he live next door? Yeah, he lives next door. You can share resources. Yes, you can. This is an African way. We used to go from neighbor to neighbor to even ask for salt, pepper, whatever. right?
Yeah.
Your neighbor say, "Oh, I got a big guest coming in. I don't have the plates." Guess what? You've been provided for plates. I don't have enough chair. Oh, you provided chairs. You provide. They share, but now, when it comes in the name of war, they become an enemy.
They created an enemy amongst brothers.
That's right.
You see, think about it this way, right? What's it called? The Horn of Africans. You have to understand, to everybody else, including other people within the continent, we all look the same to them. And we're fighting over simple stuff like territory, land, who's in charge of what country. Instead of deciding, again, I'm looking at it from this perspective, right? The guy that's in charge of Djibouti right now, he's from my tribe, and I'd rather have anybody else than him in charge. I'm looking past the tribal bullshit, and I'm willing to have somebody else in charge to betterment our country.
But Mo, you gotta understand, they always put their puppets in. They everywhere you see in all these different conflicts, because the same thing you just said. Oh, I forgot the country in South America. Is it Venezuela? No, it's not Venezuela, but it's one of those countries in South Brazil. Same thing. They took out the leader who was helping the people and doing the right thing that improved Brazil and put their puppets in. You know,
Because our
I love
leaders
the
are letting
fact
this
that
happen,
Malawi is
DJ.
saying no, we're not going to have an election right now because they know if they have one, they're going to slide their little person in, and then it's going to be business as usual.
Yeah, and
Sister,
they're
right
not
now.
ready for the puppet. They're not ready for the puppet. That's why they extend the elections.
Exactly, and we're letting this
Mm-hmm.
happen. Mainland Africans are letting this happen. We're letting puppet governments take control of the country. And the problem is we're letting it slide. Again, Africans should be focusing on. We have so many problems within the country or within the continent that we should be focusing on. Again, the first thing we should be focusing on is leadership before anything else, before infrastructure, before anything happens in Africa. Leadership needs to be correct for us to progress, so we don't have to again later on to come back
But
into
see,
leadership.
but if you wait for leadership, leadership as a puppet is never going to happen.
That's the
Puppet is only
problem.
going to take care of his master.
That's the
It's
problem.
not. It's
And
not going to take care of you. So until you can get economic wealth to force that puppet to do the right thing, he's not. So it's going to be a
man,
never-ending cycle because you're waiting for him, but you don't have enough resources to fight against him, and then they'll just keep interchanging a new puppet for a new puppet for a new puppet, and nothing gets progress. And then when they start seeing a little bit of progress, oh, let's let's make some conflict. Okay, we're gonna give you this amount of money, and that and you get that amount of money, you leaders, and you start
see,
this rift, and we'll
can
supply
I,
the guns, and then
can I,
you're
can
gonna
I?
have to pay us back later.
You see, I was gonna interject. Somebody called Abu Yaq said Arab League aided Eritrea with drones to counter the TPL. Again, if you don't know, Eritrea is the observer league of the Arab League, so he's not exactly in, but he's not exactly out. He's somewhere in the middle. Eritrea drones with what's it called? Provided Eritrea with drones to counter the TPLF and again counter potential Iranian-backed Houthis. Threats. Are Saudis really to be blamed? Again, you understand the Saudis backing what's it called Eritrea with the drones is to help themselves because the Houthis are a big problem for the Saudis. So it's only beneficial. They're using one enemy to take out the other enemy. It's chess move.
Yeah, let
And
me
I
give
was
Yeah,
you
gonna
and
a
they
little
take
bit.
out
Yeah,
use
let me
one
give you a little
enemy to take out
history.
the other, and then once all, then they'll take out all enemies, and then they'll just slip in.
yeah, it's a chess move what
You're
they did.
fighting for another man's battle.
Yeah, it's a very good chess move. And if you're
At,
looking at
at
the
the
content,
same time, listen, let me give you a little background of the Saudis and all the Arab leagues and Eritrea. Okay, when Isaias went to Egypt when before the independence, and he needed ammunition and all that, so he was sitting on the back, and the first thing they asked him, you got a lot of Arab-speaking population, why don't you join the Arab leagues? And he said, how can I join the Arab leagues that I'm not independent yet? You understand? That was the key. That was their first question. That's his next answer. But at the same time, when they really said, hey, would you do that? He said, no, I can't because we are Eritreans. We're not Arabs. You understand? But at the
yeah,
same time, we have our national languages are Tigrinya, and part of it is Arabic because people speak Arabic. but it
What's the
doesn't make
main
them
co-official? Are they co-official language, or is it what's the
no.
official language of Eritrea?
Tigrinya and Arabic. So you got both of
So
them.
it's the same for. I'd say it's very similar for Djibouti. It's Arabic and French.
Exactly, and it doesn't make you Arab though. You see what I'm
No, it
saying?
doesn't. Yeah.
Because we speak the language. In Ethiopia, even Haile Selassie promoted to speak Arabic. My brother, God bless his soul, younger, he went to Arabic school, okay, and I went to
Yeah.
French school. And at the same time, my brother knew about the Quran better than I do. But my dad makes sure that we are diverse when we study, so it doesn't make us Arabs. You understand? But the since we got an Arabic speaking population, they wanted to be in the league, but at the same time, he took his stand as Eritrea. Eritrea is not about languages, it's not about religion, it's not. It's about the people being one Eritrea. So they give him respect for that. So every time when they do something to help him out, is trying to convince Eritreans, hey, Saudi Arabia, because eventually leadership change. Remember that
Yeah.
leadership change. So anytime that they put their presence over and over, it becomes normal to take whoever the next gonna be to catch that moment. Again, they never stop from trying. But one thing that I would say on this, there's one thing that Pi wrote is that Sudan and Ethiopia government recently made a deal to create the Ethiopian birr currency in Sudan instead of Europe.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yes, I did.
Yeah, and you think it's gonna be something that they're gonna just say, "Oh, it's okay, it's good," you know?
No, again, but wouldn't that worry you because Sudan is also loyal to Egypt?
But again, the fact that you're doing that influence, this Ethiopian birr is gonna reach that border of Egypt.
Yeah, it will. So you're looking at the domino effect.
The domino effect. That's what I'm saying. And now if they do have this kind of agreement, the next thing that Pi said, why would they leave their financial sovereignty in the hands of an enemy state? I think it's just a puppet show for Egypt and Sudan to get American weapons.
Huh.
How do you see that?
To a context, Pi, I agree. To a context, yeah.
Yeah,
Pi is a very intelligent brother, man. I gotta give him shouts.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I enjoy Pi. Pi, why don't you join us? We always enjoy you in One Africa. He knows that.
Yeah.
Why don't you join us? Here's the streamline. If you
Nah,
can,
I like hearing Pi talk, man. He knows a lot about the Horn. He knows a lot about East Africa in general. So I'd like him to come on and say his piece.
absolutely, absolutely. Abuyak also he put some of his words. Eritrea has no official language, like he said, but no, Eritrea has an official language, Tigrinya and Arabic actually, as one of the languages, its official languages.
Yeah. It's again, you made a point about what's it called, the Arab League, right? Again, what I would say is the Arab League isn't all the members of the Arab League are not the same because if you're really looking at who's true Arabs, it's just the Bedouins in the Gulf countries like
The
Yemen,
yeah,
the Omans, what's it called, the Saudis, the UAE, and Qatar and Bahrain. If
and
those are the true, huh?
don't forget the Bedouin in Israel.
To some context, yes, but then again,
they are very powerful. They're very powerful.
The reason why I disagree with the Palestine one is because again, you have to. I like to look at scientific terminology sometimes, and I like to look at haplogroups, right? I like to look at the scientific analogies and what science says. So if you're looking at it from that context, then only those countries I mentioned, they have the J haplogroup. And if you look at the ones in the Levanton region, like the Iraq, what's it called, Lebanon, if you look at those countries, Syria, those countries are in the Levanton region, and those countries have a different haplogroup. They're different to the Bedouin Arabs. Even the North Africans will have E1B1B. Even if you look at the Horn of Africa, we're different and diverse. The Southern Somalis are different to the Northern Somalis. The Northern Somalis have T haplogroup. The Southern Somalis have the E haplogroup. It's very different. You look at Ethiopia. Ethiopia has all of it, E, T, and J. Like there's so many diversity in terms of scientific haplogroups. But again, So that's why I like to say that they're not the same. And the Arab League as well, many countries in the Arab League despise the Saudi government because it does things with an iron fist.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, nobody would really side against what's it called? If let's say they got again they got they were told to leave the leader because they're the leaders of the Arab League, and if they were told to stand down and let other people, nobody would really object.
Right. Hey, Abuyak is joining us. Hey, Abuyak, welcome to my show, man. Thank you for the joining us.
Hello, how are you doing?
How you doing, Abuyak?
How's it going?
What's good, Abiyak?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Just listening to you guys. Yeah, I was actually surprised. Nah, I don't know. I should be surprised to hear that. I think there's some noises that Eritrea would potentially join the Arab League now.
Yeah,
That,
right now it's an observer state, and many again, I've heard some recent news that Eritrea might. It's a possibility, like a big possibility, that Eritrea might make the jump and join the Arab League.
So what is going to be their benefit in doing that?
Trade,
Yeah.
money, finances, many other things. But then there's also a downside to it. Let's not forget that.
And don't forget to keep the enemy close.
Yeah.
But is
You see,
Are you
are
Eritrean,
the
Abiyak?
Arabs really?
Are you Eritrean, Abiyak?
Yeah, I'm Eritrean. This
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
You understand.
Yes, yes, yes.
Isaiah Saforki don't play that kind of game unless he's got something true that he wants to play that's better for the for Eritrea. You know, he refused it for a long time. So this is maybe an opportunity that he's looking at it that he denied what for the last
You see,
almost 40 years.
Eritrea also has many Arab like clans and many Arab tribes, like the Rashiduns.
Mhm.
You have like a the Rashiduns who live in the coastlines of Eritrea.
Mhm.
Like, so you have like a say if you did try to join the Arab League, and it's also beneficial because Eritrea can join the, as you call it, the enemies, and also help Ethiopia by secret intel.
Yeah, one thing remember now, if Eritrea join the Arab leagues, okay, there will be some changes. There will be some changes. I mean, if they're gonna basically you bring in the big elephant in the house, you understand?
Yeah.
Because he's not gonna play. He's not gonna play. If it is something that's gonna be taking away the being Eritrean, he's not gonna play that.
Oh, by
If
the
he's
way, the downside is you're gonna have to live with the fact that if you do join the Arab League, i.e., I'm from Djibouti, but you're gonna have to live with the fact that many people are gonna think you're Arab because you're in the Arab League. That's what the North Africans deal with. That's what some of the Horner countries that are in the Arab League deal with. So that's what some of the Levanton countries deal with. You're gonna be identified. You're gonna always be in that bullshit Arab bracket. So be prepared for that.
yeah, but just check this out, right? If the Arab League comes all the way south, okay, past Sudan and everything else, which is right there, and have Eritrea in there, how do you see he will work out in that league? He is very, 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 very different, and
You'll be different,
ag-
yeah.
and in order, even in order to even get to that level, there must be a serious concession where the league bend over. Do you understand?
Yeah, yeah.
Because they know who he is. And do you know what it's going to make when it comes to the relationship between the US and the Arab leagues?
Yeah. The US
Sometimes they call them the terrorists. Eritrea was the number 13 list in the terrorist list.
damn.
Yes. And I didn't understand where this came from. They're not blowing
13.
up things. Yeah, number 13 country.
Which list exactly?
The
The
terrorist list.
terrorist
List.
list.
Yep. And
Okay.
then now, after all these things, it just went. It
But you
just
see
got
where
washed away.
all of this labeling is coming from. All this labeling is coming from the fact that Eritrea owes no debt to any of the European countries, so it's not in their basically it's not playing their game, because again, if you're in debt to another country, you also have to play by their rules. And Eritrea is not in debt to any of these European countries, so it doesn't have to oblige and play the European rules. So I think that's the reason why that's why America is using this propaganda machine to paint Eritrea in a bad name, because it doesn't answer to them.
If Eritrea joins the Arab League, is this going to then
It's gonna change things.
formulate a agreement with the Arab League, and then will they then incur debt because of some of the decisions that may be made?
This is what I would say, right? If you look at the history of the Arab League, right, most of the countries in the Arab League joined in between the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. That's when the Arab League had its members joining in. If Eritrea did join, it would be the newest member, and it would also, again, you don't know how things would change, because maybe money talks. So a certain amount of finances can always change a man's head, or you can change a person's way of thinking. It can always, money will corrupt. I promise you that. So you never know the consequences of joining the Arab. That's why I say it's like a double-edged sword. One can be beneficial because it can also help you be 3 moves ahead, but then one can also be fatal. So it's like a double-edged sword. You never know.
And I only mention that because people talk about war. War is physical, and people can understand that concept. But people don't often look at debt. Debt is a lot longer oppressor than any bullet.
Yeah, it's true. Debt is a massive, it's a massive factor in deciding things. That's why Eritrea doesn't owe anybody anything, so he can really decide its own 2 feet.
Yeah.
That's why Eritrea has the choice. It's not forced to join.
Right. It's debt free, you know? So
Yeah.
has no debts. And that's why they hated it.
No European country can tell Eritrea no Arab country can force it to join the Arab League. Eritrea has his own right to join whoever he wants. But then let's just say he did join. I always say it's a double-edged sword. Eritrea can either fall on that one side of the sword, and it could also fall on the other side of the sword. And Sub-Sahara, Eritrea does, have Muslim Jabratis, Tigrinians. And it also does have, half its population is Muslim, and they also have some Arab tribes in there too. So it does share a few things with the Arab League, and religion too. But then I say this, it's like a double-edged sword in terms of Eritrea falling on one side of the sword or another. It all completely depends on Eritrea.
So with that, would that then expand the geographical space that now the Arab, now instead of being in Northern Africa, we now are in
You see, it would be
Central
Northern Africa.
Now we have a larger footprint globally.
It would have all of North Africa, which already does, including Mauritania and the Sahara Desert, which is the property of Morocco. If Eritrea did join, it would have 3/4 out of the 4 countries in the Horn. It would have 3 of them, leaving Ethiopia as the only country that never joined them. So it will slowly expand out. But again, in terms, I don't think.
So then, in time, they'll just say it's really an Arab nation, and instead of.
Yeah, so it would move fast. And again, you never know, because Isaiah's can never. You don't know if Isaiah is going to be in charge, or anything can happen, right? Maybe Biggie, you never know if Isaiah can be deemed a dictator, and American justice can come its way. You never know. And you have a puppet government there. So you also
look at the history. You know, look at Isaiah's history. Okay, this guy, you know, I don't know if you saw the meeting when he met the prime minister for the first time. The way he lives, the way he does things. The president would walk in the middle of Asmara and talk to people, just like any normal person. He will go to cafes, he will sit down and talk to everybody else. He has no, what do you call him? And at the same time, everybody say, oh, he's going to be corrupt. But I didn't see Isaias driving a Mercedes extended things and stuff like that. He doesn't even use that. He got a Toyota Corolla that he goes roaming around in the city.
Wow.
Okay. Oh yeah, I mean, this guy has nothing to show that he's a millionaire. His kids joined. Imagine every African leaders, their kids went to the prestigious schools, and went to a foreign country get their higher education, but his kids are in Eritrea. They serve the Sawa. He showed by example. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
not for him to really be for the Arab League to buy him out. Oh, we're gonna get you a condo somewhere. His ass is not about to willing to leave his country. You understand?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But
Absolutely.
this kind of background, okay, and he joined the Arab leagues. Guess what? He's protected automatically by the U.S. because of their interest. So then now
Yeah.
it will be more untouchable if you really look at it just from being a double sword. It's something
Yeah.
that we have a brother that's part of it. You know what I'm saying? It's like we neighbors. It's like a brother in there. So that big brother, if he keeps it up, he's gonna watch over the rest of Africa. And I don't know it's gonna be agreeable from all the leagues to accept him.
You see, but there's a
Maybe
problem. There's also the problem, Biggie, because many. Let's just look at the context of the Arab League. Syria wanted to leave the Arab League because it was disagreeing with Saudi and the
right.
Saudi ways of doing things. Syria left, but then also you saw the economic sanctions on the country by the rest of the countries in the Arab League. They
Hmm.
basically forced it to come back. Look at
Yeah,
Bahrain. He personally declared war on the Saudis' way of doing things.
yeah.
Not and what happened is the Bahrain came to I think it was Qatar. Yeah, it was Qatar. Qatar declared war on Saudi in terms of like being in charge or having the Saudi way of doing things. They didn't like it, and many of the countries stood with Saudi until it came down to Somalia. And Somalia said that, you know what, including Djibouti said they would side with Saudi, of course, but Somalia said, you know what, we're gonna remain neutral. We don't want to take sides because again in this situation you have to choose the stronger person, right? It's only smart. But
Right.
Somalia said, you know what? He went out on a shield basically and said, I will stay neutral because um because the reason why is because we also like doing business with Qatar, and Qatar has also been doing business with Somalia, so he doesn't want to interfere in whatever's going on with them too. And what happened is out of punishment, or let's say out of punishment for Somalia, it went to Somaliland and built the Berbera port, and you probably know about that.
Uh-huh.
They built the Berbera port and they built it up. They still to this day they're building it up, and that was like a
Hmm.
punishment telling Somalia, if you get out of line, you're gonna feel the consequences and the power of the Arab League.
And actually, a lot of sheikhs got in trouble from Saudi. They lost a lot of money in there.
Yeah. So in a way, they told Somalia, you can't get out of line, and if you do, you're gonna feel even further consequences. So it's there like the country's already broken up. Whatever power and control that they have left in Somalia, they put in basically a president. Don't disobey us again. Look at Yemen.
Yep.
Yemen was disobeying the Yemen was basically outright disobeying Saudis. And now look at it. It's a proxy war. The country's in,
Yep.
in a proxy war between the Shias and the Sunnis.
Right.
You see, this is the problem. You stand against Saudi, you will feel problems, bro. I'm telling you.
Well, they got all the money of the world, and again, they got the money just like the U.S. does, you know, make sure that they got the puppets in line. If you say no, you see what happened to Yemen, and a lot of you see these are the things that I want to discuss. Is certain things that who you're against. You know, the old way. I'm proud this. I'm pride this. I can do this. Sometimes you have to really before you open your mouth. If you don't, my father always said, pick the war that you can win. you know, we have to pick the war that we win. Sometimes silence is good because they don't know uh, what kind of playfield you're playing. But if you're gonna keep saying, "Oh, I'm against you. I'm against you. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that," already you've spoken about it. Some people that are in position, they're determined that they're gonna make your life miserable. That's the problem.
Yeah,
People, it's only one individual that can make it rotten for one country. One individual.
yeah,
We're not talking about. He'll put all his influence in order to grab all the vote that he can get, and he will use keywords that they're going to be influenced with. And guess what? The next thing is there's a war. The country is destroyed.
wow,
So we have to understand. Sometimes our leaderships in Africa. they better be careful on what they say in the media, what they say in their public appearance, because out of that appearance, they'll pick certain words, whether it's going to be in your interest or not. And if it is, especially talking about the West, the East is okay. Even the East has got his own influence, okay? But more the West will make your life miserable. They will have all the money in the world to spend just to destroy that.
Yeah,
So you won't have any more idea ever again. So
and
we
that's what
got
it is.
smart. I'll tell all the leaders, African leaders, watch what you're saying. Okay? Don't disappoint your people that elected you in your office, and make sure that you protect them, because everything that comes out from your mouth,
Yeah, but then, brother, all
people,
the African leaders are chosen. They're chosen by a special group of people that are putting these puppets in charge of our countries.
well, they've been chosen, but at the same time, they talk crap. And when they talk crap, even though they've been chosen, guess what? Oh, you're not behaving. Guess what? I'm coming after you. There are 22 assassinations in Africa in the
Wow.
leadership, you know. So assassinating another one is easy.
Look,
They've, they've,
look at
they've
Ghana
been
and
doing it.
Nigeria. They're both part of the Commonwealth,
Mhm.
meaning that the Queen is also in charge of what actions they take. If the Queen decided of England or the UK decided to go to war, the Commonwealth countries are also required to send in their military, to send in their money, to send in their finances. They're required to do many things because they're in the Commonwealth. Nigerians in
Mhm.
the Commonwealth, Ghana's in the Commonwealth. So it's
And
shocking, man.
a huge amount of the resources is going to the Commonwealth.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So financially, they're
Nigeria's got
lifting
more oil. Nigeria's got more oil than the Gulf countries. How is it not still producing its oil and selling off finances or money? You explain that one
because
to
if the
me.
majority of your resources is going to supplement another country's well-being, you really don't have any resources. I think that's the thing is like the smoke and mirrors that they constantly do. Well, Nigeria is wealthy. Look at all the resources. Break that down into dollars and cents. How
Yep.
much of that resources are they really maintain keeping? Out of what they're keeping, then you factor in how many people are there and what projects need to be developed, worked on, if it's a port, is a refinery, whatever, and then you start seeing really they don't have as much as you think they do. That's the Western numbers game. They always do. They always put this image in your head that you're like, oh no, they shouldn't have any problem. But while the puppet master in the back is siphoning off all your resources.
Exactly. The oil has been siphoned off in Nigeria to help other people. And as Pai said, India is also part of the Commonwealth.
Yes.
And
Did you see
also
that
there are five
comment?
million, exactly, there are 5+ million soldiers, but can still take the Queen's marching orders on occasion. That is crazy. That is crazy.
And if you
Five
get those orders, where you think you're gonna be sitting at? The front
exactly
line. The
five
front line. So how
million
many of them soldiers gonna ever come back ever again?
5+ million so active soldiers. You understand that countries in Africa have what? Max 20, 30K, 40K active personnel. She has 5 million plus active personnel soldiers that she can
But
command on
why would
orders.
you guys have that when you got what 8 independent countries military bases? You're feeling comfortable. Well, we got all these military bases. Why should we use all our resources and put it into into you know
Oh yeah,
managing a
Djibouti's
military when
also
we
yeah,
have
yeah,
you
I agree,
guys
sister.
here? And
Djibouti's
that'd be
protecting
different. That'd be different if you was then taking your resources to build up infrastructure and
sister.
other things. But
The
that's
crazy
not.
thing is we're looking after the Europeans' oil. We're letting their ships dock in Djibouti city port, refuel, restack. We're using our navy to navigate all the way to the Red Sea, protecting their interests until the canals.
Yep.
Yeah, and at the same time, remember now, India is showing muscles. Okay, showing the muscles on the missiles and everything else. I don't know if you guys have been following some of the news this week. You know, she's trying to
Bombed
sell.
Pakistan. Yeah.
He's trying to sell things for Vietnam and all that. So there's a lot of things that changing in the including India is coming to Djibouti. They already got a port. Am I right? If I'm not mistaken.
India.
Yeah.
No, they're not exactly, but I've heard news of that too. They
Right.
might. It
But they
depends.
come, yeah, they're coming in to
America
Djibouti.
has to give them the green light for that to happen. But I don't know. Also, you understand that again. This is the problem with my country. 8 military bases. Oh my God.
Do you live in Djibouti right now?
No, but I live in the UK, but I plan to go back soon.
Yeah. I mean, you ever went back once they got all
Oh, I
these?
did, I did, I did.
So
2020.
how you felt? I just want to understand. We got all this personnel that roaming the main Djibouti cities and all that. How,
Yeah.
just give us
What I
a
could
little bit.
say.
How does it feel?
In general, Djibouti is a beautiful country in terms of like it's urban. What's it called? The buildings. It has a lot of clean roads. It's well built country. That's what I like about. Firstly, I'll talk about the positive before we get to the negative. I need to make myself happy before I
Yes,
disappoint myself.
yes,
So yeah, it's a well built country. In terms of how it looks, the shops, the supermarkets, many different people from many different walks of life live there. We also have many good beaches. We have the beach in the coast. We also have you probably heard of the area, the salt place.
right.
Yeah, we also have many different places, supermarkets, restaurants. There's also like an area where Yemenis usually serve food or whatever, like their own restaurants, shops. There's the Afar regions. If you go up to the north, there's the Somali regions in the south. There's so many different things you could do in Djibouti. It has many holiday places you can go to. In general, it's a good place. Now let's talk about the negatives. So yeah, there's certain areas that are restricted that you can't go into or can't basically go anywhere near. You have the Djibouti military guarding it, and you also have the basically surveillance over there, so you cannot go near it. You don't know what's going on there. Um, so yeah, in general, that makes me a bit antsy. Then you have the what's it called? Basically that part of that area in Djibouti city you cannot go to because of the military bases. You have their flags in each section. So you have the French, the what's it called? The Americans, the some of I think it was one Arab country. I forgot where it was. You cannot enter even Japan, which was surprising. I saw their little flag there too. You cannot enter certain parts because there's restrictions, and it
So
makes
that's
me
a
feel
country within a
disappointed.
country, and if is that area controlling the whole country?
No, it's not controlling it, but that's their like the little military base where they also train the Djibouti forces, but you never can trust them. It's Europeans.
Right. But at the same time,
Wow.
you have a restricted area that an American cannot go on, the Japanese, whatever. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. So
everybody's
there's the part you're not gonna find an American soldier go inside the Japanese area or Russian area. So
So
it's yes, it's
what
like that.
other country on this planet outside of the African continent that you have all these foreign entities that I cannot understand it.
Sister, you're gonna have to ask the leadership that we have, which is disgusting.
yeah. At the same time, remember now, that's the alley where everything goes through the Suez Canal. So any of their vessels get kind of stuck, they're gonna deploy.
Yeah,
That's the key thing.
And then
And,
they were talking about trying to widen the canal because of the ship that went sideways. So, what part of the northern continent is going to get chopped up in order to do that? Because that's what their plan is.
yeah, one thing that you
sometimes, isn't it?
realize.
I wish my country was closed off like Eritrea.
Yeah, you see, that's why Eritrea didn't want nobody to be on her ports or anything else. You can have a temporary pass and whatever, but other than that, you cannot have a base in Eritrea. And in
One
fact,
good thing.
that's the one. You see, when you pass through that, between Yemen and Somali, that
Yeah,
really tight, coming into the Red Sea,
yeah. The
okay,
Gulf of Eden.
the Gulf of Eden, right?
Yeah,
So there you only can uh, protect that, but the ideal place for all these military It's supposed to be Eritrea. Because now that you are smooth sailing, if anything happens to reach into the Suez Canal gorge, it's a lot shorter distance because everything is smooth sailing. You understand?
To be fair, I think the reason why they placed Djibouti is our proximity to Yemen and the Middle East. If you climb a tall building in Djibouti, you get to see Aden. You know that, right? You
Right.
see Aden.
Yeah.
It's that proximity, and also it's because of the again, in terms of like countries, Djibouti probably has one of the most open borders in the coast.
Hmm.
So it's also our proximity of letting people in, which is also another downfall that we have. And also again, people say that it's business that we have because they also pay a lot of money to stay in the country. And there's
Right.
also things in place, probably like, not to interfere in the business of the country. So, because again, if they wanted to, they could have easily took out the clown that we have as a president right now.
Hmm.
So they probably have a policy in place not to take him out or, to not to interfere. But I think it's
Right.
also to, again, if we're looking at it from a truthful perspective, is to destabilize surrounding countries.
Right.
I
Yeah, that's what I would say.
I
Yeah,
wonder. Uh, I wonder. You know, Mo, you said about you wanted to be closed off like Eritrea, but now I'm actually wondering: is can you even get rid of them, the military bases, the foreign military?
Yes, there's certain contracts. Yes, the contracts, if the time's out, you can. So they only last stay there for a limited amount of time. But again, I think that this guy that we have as the president right now, he won't do it. I don't think that it's in his best interest to do it because, again, they also provide protection for him. So in a way that he won't do it. I don't see him doing it. But if he did, it won't be good for him.
how
And
long is
everything
he's
you
been
guys are
president now?
saying is a strong
20 something
reason that
years.
Yeah.
unification has to happen because how do a small country fight against
You,
the
you
warheads that are pointed against them?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, it's like you have a small country, they're bringing their military bases in, and it's nothing but the class bully who's I'm gonna tell you how this is gonna happen. I got the bigger gun. You gotta listen to me. If you don't, these things will happen. And unless you guys start to unify, how do you go up against that? Because again, they're only looking out for their self interest. I mean, living in America, America is just about America. Bottom line, you look at the history of how we entered the First and Second World War. It was to benefit America, and it did for a long time. Industrial Revolution, we, you know, excelled. So if you know that the people you're dealing with is only going to look out for self, then how are you going to look out for yourself? That's going to be the best for the best interest of your people.
Definitely. I just want to read something that Sub-Sahara. She said, "Asset is people. It's the problem with third world. It is a problem with the third world country. Natural resources will not help you build the country." It's kind of
Of course, it
actually
will if the majority of those resources is being pretty much almost given away.
yeah. And the one thing that I just want to correct
It
Sub-Sahara is that we're not third world country. That game is over. They always put us down as a third world country, but we're not. Uh,
Well, I mean, because
if you look,
it's the same mind game, call yourself this, and then you won't think you could do anything better than that. And,
Mhm.
because it's like, we care about people, we love people, we're about, helping people. Do you see all these Western countries bringing the first thing to your land is a gun? So
Mhm.
it's just the double standard. If they keep convince you this is what you is, then you gonna think this is what you is, and this is what you're gonna think you're gonna always be. But yet you don't need anybody resources on the planet. So if you're third, then what does that make everybody else? because we're forever coming, trying to siphon every look. You got some coltan? You got some gold? You got some, you know, you got some oil?
Yeah, yeah. The oil will make everybody jump. So again, since we're talking about finance, right? I just want to ask you and the panel, where do we need finance into bringing Africa to the level that she can be competitive? Where the money should go?
For sure, food security and military security. That's two things that should be prioritized.
And then on the flip side of that, if the money's going to go to food security and military security, you guys used to barter back in the day. What the heck do Sudan need that Nigeria has, and what do Nigeria have that Sudan need? If you could figure out a way to trade amongst without using currency, because again, to get currency, that means you got to go to the Western Bank. It has to be based upon the dollar. Okay, here you get this and this, and then we're gonna have interest on top of that. And let me go to IMF and do all these other things. So they're gonna make more money off whatever you're trying to generate for self than you would if you just say, "Hey, you need some oil? I need this. Here, we'll figure out exchange rate. Thank you very much. I'll see you in a month." That way you can focus your resources on the things, where you have to use the monetary system on, and it won't be depleting everything because you have to spread it so thin.
Very true. And there was somewhere Sam wrote earlier. I'm trying to find out the comment is when I made a question, and he said, this is the comment that he said when we talked about that. Do we have the infrastructure to support that? Meaning, all these oil, whatever transportation that you need to even bring it, before the finances. Do we have that road or logistics to deliver those goods?
Well, you know what, Rockefeller back in the turn of the century was transporting oil because we didn't have roads back in 19 whatever. So
Hmm.
if there's a will, there's a way, and there's enough creativity to make it happen. It's just a matter, because if you wait for perfection, it's never going to happen. Everything in place, because to get the roads, you need the equipment. You have to go get it from, Europe or Asia or America. That means you're going to be tied into debt and paying for that equipment for how many millennium? So then that's a debt on top of a debt on top of another debt, and you never get under it. You got to become creative.
But that's what you call a creative finance. So that means if let's say two neighboring country between let's say Sudan and the North Sudan, South Sudan, they still have roadways, but to connect to Ethiopia and the Kenyan channels, they can incorporate. I'll build my part, you build your part, and that can be financed through an African organization. Finance
Exactly.
that is within the African organization.
Because again, in the history of the continent, you guys were selling the world. There was not an African body, no place that wasn't on this planet, from near the Antarctic all the way up to Northern Europe. all the way to the Hawaiian Islands, all up and everywhere. So somehow they were able to transport a bunch of stuff without all this technology. So if it could have been done then, it could be done again.
I want to introduce Dan Wing. He's been waiting patiently.
Hi,
Welcome to
Dan.
the Diaspora Talks. Hey, Dan, can you hear us? Hello? Oh, he just dropped. Must have bad connection.
Yeah, I just think that the comment that Sub-Sahara made about the natural resources that we have, platinum, uranium. Yeah, I think it can make you blind and self-centered too much. While we should look at what the European nations are doing, like even though they lack natural resources, but they think ahead about investing in other countries or neighboring countries, like the Netherlands or Germany, Netherlands, or other neighboring countries. They have like established network for analyzing the waterworks. They it's something to consider, to be less self-centered on the natural resources that you have, but also think about I find it strange that the Djibouti person, he says the reason we have foreign military bases is because for security, but what is Eritrea gonna do? What is Ethiopia gonna do? Or Somalia gonna do? Yeah, you have some lunatics like the TPLF, or I don't know, some Al-Shabaab, but that's something you can. The majority, they don't represent the majority, and I think if we have like a cohesive build to start, like not too big, but maybe just for the Horn of Africa, and then in that sense, to maintain security, invest in each other and look out for each other. I mean, the natural resources that we have there, they are a plus. It's good to have them, but working together, that's the next step, really. It's also a very important step. Sorry.
Absolutely. And that has to be more important than anything, because if you look at the Western countries, they all work together. They don't all love each other. And most of them probably don't even like each other, but they know it's to their benefit to work together.
Yeah, and they really also focus on negotiating a lot. And see this. I took an internship for this company. They really only focus on analyzing the water content, and they started early after the Second World War, and I find it interesting that after the Second World War, they immediately took the steps to form negotiating tables with for this specific thing about analyzing the water quality and such, and having like a word on what's going on beyond the borders in France, and saying things about warning each other, looking out for each other, don't do this, otherwise it could affect us. And this is what is so missing. The negotiating tables about certain subjects. Will it be military, or will it be food security? I mean, I find it very odd that on the newspapers I see, Somalia, we need to send in food aid. quickly. But, where did the African headlines? I don't know, from all sides of the corner of the continent, make these red flags about the coming hunger that's there. But maybe the European news agencies, they're doing this because they have like something behind their sleeves.
You know it.
All
That's
right.
the easiest
One
way
thing.
for them to come in.
Yeah, one thing I just want to say again. Sorry, BJ, I interrupted.
Oh, no.
Please, yeah, make sure that everybody subscribe. Please do not forget the like button because, including myself, I do sometimes. I have to go back to the show and put my support myself. So please subscribe and as well like and make sure that you have also subscribed to One Africa. And it's very important for us to have these two platform supported. So anytime if any discrepancy comes from YouTube, we have a way to go from one channel to another. And I'd really appreciate that. One of the things that Sub-Sahara said, take China, for example, they do not have natural resource. And I just want to make sure that she understand our brother Pai from Taiwan told her that, basically, that you've been misinformed. The western region in Tibet and Zhanjiang has the resources. But again, this is a conversation that we're taking. I'm so glad, Pai, you there supporting all the missions. And at the same time, you have Sub-Sahara that's participating. I love it. You guys had a great conversation going on in the background, supporting our mission, One Africa. And Pi, again, please do not stop. I know you're about to go to sleep. I know you're tired, but thank you so much for supporting us in this platform again. As another family member, as a family member, we really appreciate your time. And I have Demor Demarie, Sudan and Ethiopia stay in America, commercial looking hungry, poor, displaced, collecting dollars on our behalf. It's time Egyptians start acting they are African. Okay, uh, these are the few negative ads. They're always going to portray Ethiopia that's going to be poor, hungry, and all that. But we're going to be the one that's going to be exporting weed. I mean wheats. Yes, it has to keep saying wheat. Wheats next year. So this export hopefully is going to end up in African hands, and we'll have the opportunity to share our food security because this is one of the discussion that we talk about, Abiyak. And as you said, first is the food security, and one of the things that we need is also our human resource security, which they are Africans, and Africans should be secured, and they should be really protected. The protection comes if we protect each other. It's like protecting your brother and sister, and as well, that brother and sisters has a friend that protecting your friends. It goes the same way. It's like a brush fire. If each other start protecting each other, then we can have a good sense of when it comes to elections, when we select our leaders. Again, our leaders, the minute that you put them on that pedestal, they have two choices: either survive it or their head cut off basically. And in order to survive, they'll do all kind of wrong decision. They'll talk different things. What they promise is not there, and at the same time, they have a pressure that's going really on a major thing is to satisfy the the hand that always you think that's giving you a hand, but the return that it's taken out of you is just your life.
Yeah,
So
well, I
we just
mean,
wanna,
and all saying is you can't bite the hand that feeds you.
yep, exactly. You know that. Well, let me welcome Dongwai.
Hello.
Dongwei. How you doing, Ben?
Oh, I'm making it. How about yourself?
Thank you so much for joining us. When he dropped, we just said, "Oh my God, it must be something that happened to him on the disconnecting."
Yeah, I had to reset my my network and everything. I do apologize.
Oh, thank you for doing so and joining us back.
Yes.
Go ahead. The
Um.
floor is yours.
So, well, I was gonna Well, firstly, I didn't, I was just kind of just curious about the conversation. And then, so I wanted to ask exactly what the topic was about, because it seemed like you were talking about geopolitical matters and trade. And after that, I did have a question or two, because
Mhm.
over here, it's hard to get accurate information about, I guess, like Africa's like situation, because there's like something I've been there's a fella I read about in, like, because I was curious about economics, genuinely curious,
Mhm.
and he was kind of like going over some of the reasons, like Africa's in the situation it is compared to, like, say, like, we'll say first world countries or whatever, we'll call it that or whatever, but and it had to do with geography, but I'll start by asking what exactly is the topic for
Oh, my topic at the beginning is interlacing the diaspora to
Mhm.
Mama Africa, and I just put finance. Where do we need the finance? So when it comes to the finance, we went through the food security to the military in Africa right now. At the end of the last topic of it, now we're trying to define where we need the money and where does it come to a point where Africa can be competitive and have respect.
Hmm. Well, as far as like finances in the situation, I was having a conversation with a friend about it, and I would say at least some of the steps you need to take, at least as far as, like, being competitive with the rest of the world, because I'm over here in the States. I was born and raised over here, and I was talking to my friend about it, and we were kind of like going on about, like, how trade is to be conducted among the 50 states and with the rest of the world. So firstly, and mostly, uh, an area they have to collectivize at their borders, because capitalism is uh, it kind of works on a system of competition. I say that loosely because America hasn't had it in, like, really in decades, but you have to collectivize at your borders, otherwise the competition will basically destroy. It'll basically hold back the nations in said space. So at least to some degree,
You went silent.
how about now? Can you hear me?
Better. Better
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
So at least you would have to start at a regional block. But that region or those sets of nations, they're essentially going to have to collectivize at their borders and basically have to come up with some sort of means to, like, trade with the world, meaning like um pretty much you want to do trade with, like, this area, you're going to have to go through like this area's rules. Um but you're not going to be able to go to this country as opposed to, like, say this country, and not, like, pretty much like, do trade around each other in the same way that, like, you can't go to, like, say Florida and do Texas, or you can't go to Florida and technically not do trade with, like, say California. And that's kind of like why, economic speaking, it's like, they have like the power that they have, at least part of it, with, like, the trade. And then there was one other thing, finance, I would say. So we're kind of in a commodity super cycle, and in, like, in the sense that, like, if you've been looking at, like, some of the, I guess, like the futures market and everything, commodities have kind of been going up, which mean, it's, I could, I guess, break it down for you, but kind of Western fiat currency is not exactly, people are finding out that it's not exactly worth what they thought it was worth. So I would say, a lot of the countries that are, I would say a lot of the countries that are basically doing trade with, like, the euro and, like, say the dollar or whatever, right now they basically need to take every dollar that they have and just like buy gold, trade it in for gold, because it's really it's not worth what it is, because they're basically just printing money to basically fund, I guess, their welfare states. To be perfectly frank with you, that's really the long and short of it. That's really what they're doing. But as far as like trade within say like between African nations, so the reason why fiat, I remember
Hold on
PJ.
one second, Dan.
Yes.
I just want you to really elaborate on the West trade that you said, because there's a learning point for all our audience when it comes to the finance. Can you break it down a little
They're
bit more about the printing dollar and all that? Just that,
oh
because a lot
well,
of the foreign currencies, per se, foreign currency in Africa, it depend on the U.S. dollar and as well the euro and the pound and all that.
oh
Can you elaborate on that?
well, so now that you mention it, if I wasn't sure, because I have to look at each and individual country to see who's dependent on the dollar, whose stuff is backed by the dollar. You need to dump the dollar immediately, and the euro. Um, and I'll tell you why. Basically, if you've been looking at America's been doing some very silly things, but there's like a reason. The reason they've been doing it is it's not politically popular to talk about. They have this like at least $33 trillion in debt. Now that I if I'm not mistaken, it's at least 30 trillion, but they basically owe more money than there is in the world. If you hadn't looked at their debt calculator. Now, the reason why they're printing this money is they're trying to inflate the currency. Now, if you hadn't figured, or if nobody ever told you, um, inflation is there's one person that it benefits, and that's the debtors, the people who owe the money. So as opposed to like, just paying it up front to who it's owed, they can just print more money and, essentially devalue the currency. So now that like, so let me give you an example, and I'll try to line you this example as much as best as
Like
I can.
so they devalue it by making, if you have a dollar, your spending power of that dollar, which maybe 10, 20 years ago might have been 90 cents. Now it's only going to buy you like 40 cents worth of something.
Yes, you're essentially removing the spending power, meaning you don't owe as much. So like if I take out a mortgage for like, say X amount of dollars or whatever, and inflation goes up. Now understand that contract was marked at X amount of dollars. They can't change that, because that's considered non unconscionable. You can't just change the terms of a contract once it's been signed. But the thing that you agreed to trade in is now devalued. So you're essentially giving them less, but you've already been locked in at the same price.
Hmm.
Which is like, why something like, a house, like, because it's like it's an appreciable asset. It goes up with, or the value of it goes up with inflation. That's why people buy houses. Like, if you've been looking at the real estate market for a while, it's basically been buy up a house, because that's one of the safest places you can like put your money. So because like, you can't sign a contract on like, a house or whatever, and then they just change the terms of the contract, the inflation will basically make the ridiculous amount of money that you owe now, it will be nothing within 10 years, because the dollar that you have to pay them in is worth a whole lot less. And that's pretty much what America is doing right now. If you hadn't, figured it out, like those stimmy checks that they sent out to everyone, why they were like, so willing and ready to send those out. Now, to the average person, they were, they just saw free money and went, goo goo for gaga. But what the government was doing was they were basically looking for an opportunity to inflate themselves out of the debt that they were already in. So they didn't tell the people what they were doing, but that was what they were doing. Inflation is how, I had a friend, he's kind of a bit of a cynic, but he said, inflation is how the government tricks stupid people into paying for things that they don't want to pay for. Now, the reason why that debt exists is because pretty much, well, the American people, they're pretty much welfare dependent slime. And that's like all of them, like the majority of them. It just is what it is. The overwhelming majority of the American people are basically, they're using somebody else's money. And the problem is, or they're voting themselves somebody else's money. And the problem is when you do that, is like, have you heard of the Laffer curve? Does anybody know what that is?
Enlighten us.
Okay, so now this is proven. It's like it's a phenomenon in economics, and it's basically like when you raise taxes, there's like a certain limit you can raise taxes to before people's behavior changes. So if you raise taxes to, I think the sweet spot is about, for America, it's about 16 to 17%, right? That's about the most you can raise it before a person's behavior changes. And what I mean by that is, why would I, as an individual, work harder to make more money if I know that basically the government is going to take more of it to give to somebody else? Now, you work hard to make your money so that you can provide for your family and do well for you and yours around you and those you care about. But if the government is just going to take it, the more you make, like, you just simply change your behavior. You start to make less money. And it's actually, I had a friend who, he was this was a little while ago, while they were still doing the fight for 15, quote unquote. He was basically a hiring manager. And he basically told me that he had numerous people tell him that, like, when he was negotiating pay, that they did not want to be paid $15 an hour or anything, basically 15 or more, they didn't want it. And the reason why they were doing it is pretty much because, like, once you hit 15, there's a cutoff as far as like price goes. Or there's like a cutoff as far as like what benefits you qualify for. Like
Put you on another category.
Exactly.
Actually, you're at the bottom, but you qualify to the top of that category. Got you.
Exactly. So they were basically asking to be paid more. Now, if it's the same, but they were asking to be paid less. I'm sorry, but it's the same, but the consequences are slightly different. Like, pretty much a person isn't going to work and be more productive and produce more in an economy if they, pretty much that money is going to be just taken, or the fruits of their productivity is just going to be taken. And it goes up to about 17% is about the sweet spot. You go any more, your tax receipts go down. You may raise tax rates, but your tax receipts go down. And the government is basically, a country is basically like a tax farm. You take a certain percentage of the revenue that the people generate, and then you basically make use of it for infrastructure, police, military, things that the government is pretty much typically responsible for: police, military, courts, and all that other stuff. Because soldiers, they don't do what they do to not get paid. Even if, say, they're very patriotic, they have to take out time from their day to basically perform the duties of a soldier. So somebody's got to pay them. So with that being said, America can't raise tax rates past a certain point because they know that they'll make less money.
And it's so heavily
that is
critical for that money to be in people's pockets so that they can spend it, which generates even more money. So it's that fine line between the two.
something on that order. That's pretty much what the Laffer curve. It's like it's in a phenomenon where you raise tax rates, but once you get to a certain point, you will see less tax receipts. And that's true of any country ever that's ever tried this. You can't raise tax rates past a certain point, at least past the point that people are willing to pay, or you'll see less money.
Yeah, because then there'll be less disposable income.
So,
and I think that's what happened with the pandemic. People were not out buying gas, buying food, doing all these other things. And so the country had no revenue being generated for almost 2 years.
well, yeah, they basically they shut down the economy is what they did, which was, in hindsight, that was not smart at all. But there we go. But the thing is like, when you have that situation, because this is like, the average person in America is like, give me free stuff, but don't you dare raise my taxes. And that's of everybody, right, left, and in between. There's only like a handful of people that even I've realized even see the problem. So when you can't raise taxes to pay for the things that people are demanding, to get back to the point, you have to find a way to pay for it. So you can either tax people, one, you can borrow it, two, which is like, taking out a loan with interest, or you can print money, three. Now, when you print money, you're essentially like, that's pretty much what inflation is it's a hidden tax. It's a tax on savings and wage growth. They're basically making that the $100,000 that you save to, like, buy whatever you're going to do, they basically turned it into, say, $65,000. It's not worth what it was.
And again, because our money isn't backed on the gold and silver standards anymore, it's not like you can go into the fort, take out $7 million worth of gold and say, we'll put it on the market, sell it off, and it'll settle our deficiency.
Well,
what is the dollar backed on?
That was the reason why we got off the gold standard in the first place. That's how long this has been going on. Basically, the government had to find a way to trick people into paying for their own stuff. So we basically, Nixon basically killed the gold standard dead. Like, I think it was, who was it? I think it was FDR that started the death of the gold standard, but Nixon killed it. Like in 1972, 1973, the Bretton Woods standard, that was what killed it. So he basically got off the gold standard so that he could print a bunch of money, a bunch of fiat currency to pay for the things that the people were demanding, because he couldn't tell them no, because if he did, that would make him unpopular as a politician. It's called the third rail of politics for a reason. Like, you can't tell people no, or that you're going to cut programs or whatever, because they get very pissy and they vote you out. And a politician's job is to get reelected. Point blank, period. So he basically killed the remainder of the gold standard, and then the price of like commodities, just like now, went parabolic. Back then, the first two things that went up were the most were oil and gold. Now, the price of oil, it has shot up. The price of gold, it hasn't shot up quite yet. It's definitely undervalued, but there's a reason for that. At least in America. There are like a number of mechanisms that they have, and they basically have a number of mechanisms that they have and they use to essentially like pretty much lie about the price of gold. It is what it is. It's how, because they realize that like people, and even me, people pay attention to the price of gold, and they know that like if the price of gold goes parabolic, if it shoots up from like say 1,800 to 2,500 or something closer to what it's actually worth, the illusion is broken and people start to lose faith in the system. Now, what they're trying to do is basically inflate themselves out of the debt and keep people's faith in the system. But if you know better, you know this is coming to a head. Like, what, mathematically speaking, what the West has going on is completely unsustainable. And it's not just America, it's Europe too. The majority of America, or the majority of Europe, are like welfare dependent slime. The reason why they're doing the things that they do is basically that they're trying to preserve the system of welfare that they have going on. Like, all of them are basically in tremendous amounts of debt. And there are some countries that are worse than others. Like, Greece, they were forced to go into austerity and they couldn't do anything about it because they weren't in control of their own monetary system. If they had control of their own monetary system, you better believe they would do what America's doing right now, which is just print more money to pay for the things that, like, the people don't want to pay for. The thing is like with taxes and programs, people have to be willing to pay for the amount of government that they want in their lives. That's the reason why, like, the Nordic model hasn't collapsed or whatever. Sweden, Finland, Norway, they're the only people that seem to be doing it within reason. And that's basically, everybody pays taxes, not just the rich. The poorest rung of people pay like a nearly 40 to 50% on their taxes because they all want, universal health care and all, the programs that they have, whatever, which is fine. That's reasonable. There's a free market solution for all of that for the most part. But if they want to basically demand that the government does this and they're willing to pay the taxes for it, then it's fine. That keeps the system kind of just, at least it keeps the system going. What doesn't work is, I want this, I want that, but I'm not willing to pay for that. Well, if you're not willing to pay for it, you have to provide it for yourself. And that's fine. That's also fine. It's just the people kind of want it both ways. And it just seems like any person that tries to talk to them about it, well, I wish you could see the reaction. And that is what it is. Like, pretty much the Western world is kind of like welfare dependent slime. So, like, as much as they like to talk crap about Africa and everything, they're like, frankly, worse. It's just the illusion hasn't busted yet. But America's kind of in trouble, which is why I'm saying, like,
Yeah, because our infrastructure are falling apart because
it's the
a lot
financial
of stuff has been built in 1920 and has not been replaced. 1950 has not been replaced, not rebuilt. It's crazy.
It's specifically the financial system that we have because, like, America is basically, it was pretty much. So you remember that 2007 crash, the housing market crash?
Yeah.
So the only two reasons that was not the end of America as we knew it.
Bank bailouts.
There's two reasons. One, we had the petrodollar. Basically, like, the world pretty much measured the price of oil in US dollars. And that was kind of like the standard. Two, it's like pretty much the global reserve currency. Every country in the world, right? They pretty much, like, a lot of them back their currencies
on the dollar.
Dollars, or they themselves don't have a currency. They have American dollars. That's the only two reasons why, like, America didn't kind of just go up in flames during that 2007 market crash. Now, the problem is like, it's been, nearly 15 years, something on that order later. 12, I can't remember.
Yeah, it looks like we're heading towards another one.
Well, pretty much that illusion is breaking. The dollar is not worth what it. Everybody has, like, lost faith in the dollar because it's not backed by anything. No tangible asset. No asset with, like, say, intrinsic value, really. And that's really kind of the meat of the problem. Now, if you've been looking at this war in Russia or Ukraine specifically,
I was about to ask you that. Actually, I was
yes,
about to ask you the
yes.
impact that it
So
has by taking the Swift and all that.
yeah,
Go ahead.
they basically took them off of the Swift, or they took them off the Swift. They attempted to sanction Russia, which is like, part of the reason why America's been doing some of the crap in Africa that they've been doing. Like, they basically wanted Africa to join in, more or less go against their own interests and join in sanctions against Russia over Ukraine, which frankly, NATO started. NATO started that crap. That was not, nobody would tolerate basically them putting nukes right at the border. Like, pretty much as per the agreement, if Ukraine joined NATO, they were going to be basically putting nukes right at the border of Ukraine pointed at Russia. And like, nobody would tolerate that. America
7
didn't
minutes.
tolerate it during the
7
Cuban
minutes to
Missile
Moscow.
Crisis.
7 minutes to Moscow.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what Putin did was perfectly reasonable. And it wasn't like he didn't give, like, he basically, before he did that, he gave them perfectly reasonable, like, terms. He basically asked them to, like, because there was, if you don't know, America overthrew, they basically funded a coup, or like they overthrew the Ukrainian government back in 2014 to 2015. I think it was called the Orange Revolt. That was back in Obama's day. They pretty much overthrew them, and it pretty much handpicked Ukraine's government. That, like, the current government now, the U.S. pretty much handpicked it. So, is anybody else hearing like a weird background noise?
Yeah, I can hear some background noise.
One sec.
Oh, I think it's your little echo.
Yeah, I got a set of headphones. One sec.
Well, you guys have a good one, and I'll be dropping off, and take care.
Thank you so much, BJ, for joining us. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Have a nice weekend.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dan.
So, as far as Ukraine goes, basically Putin gave incredibly reasonable terms because the U.S. overthrew Ukrainian's government. Basically, they backed that. That wouldn't have been possible without the U.S. And we pretty much the government handpicked their government. And there was an agreement called the Minsk Agreements, where pretty much there were the Eastern Bloc of, like, say the Ukraine is pretty much all ethnically Russian. They speak Russian. They're pro-Russia. And there was an agreement to basically stop the hostilities after that happened. And 7 years went by. They did nothing. They did not cease that agreement, or they did not follow that agreement at all. And they've been shelling the Donbass region and killing ethnic Russians for like years, completely unanswered. Yep. So there was that, and there was a river going into Crimea that gave Russia access to the Black Sea. And pretty much what Putin's terms were basically to stop killing the ethnic Russians in pretty much the Donbass region, recognize their sovereignty in the East or whatever, and stop damming up that river so that we can have access to the Black Sea. And those were pretty much his objectives. Those were peaceable terms. He said, if you do that, we won't invade. And then they talked about joining NATO. And Russia said, listen, if you join, we're going to invade. That was like the straw that broke the camel's back. So Putin moved in, and if you looked at what he's been going after, he basically took the exact objectives he said he wanted. He wanted that river that gave him, he wanted control of that river that gave him access to the Black Sea. and the Crimea, and he wanted basically the Donbass region, which are ethnically Russian. And then he left the rest of it alone. He's been extremely restrained. There's no chance Ukraine wins this war. Not at all. Never. And like the only chance they would have is if like NATO, which is pretty much America, they get involved and like start a war. But it's like that would possibly start World War III, and like we're both nuclear powers, and Russia has more nukes than anybody, and we would basically destroy the whole world if we did that. Like anybody with common sense is, nobody wants that. Even in like, you know, in the US, like there's like a lot of people that are like, you know, a lot of neocons that love the idea of war. They kind of lionize war and bombing people. They really don't feel good unless they're bombing people in other countries. Like even among them, there's like dissent. Like nobody wants that. And to be perfectly frank with you, like as like a person here in America, like I'm not going to war over that. Like no. I'm not. They call a draft, and a draft is so politically unpopular over here, it might cause a war over here if they tried it.
Right.
So
because there's already an experience of the Vietnam War on how it went. So you don't want.
There's that.
You don't want to.
And America is like already incredibly divided.
Right.
It's the atmosphere is not what it was 20 years ago.
Let me ask you something then. This atmosphere we're talking about, the Ukraine war, we got all this thing that's happening. How much does it affect Africa when it comes to the finances?
Oh, it's about to. So there's actually going to be a famine here pretty soon, within a few months. And the reason that's going to happen is pretty much Russia provides specifically, I think it's about 45 to 48% of the world's commodities. They're the only other region that has like as much, like close to as many resources as like say Africa. And specifically, now I'll explain what that goes into. Russia is they're a net exporter of oil. Now the thing is like you kind of need well, there's oil for fuel, which and other like, you know, the other processes like, you know, in your industry or whatever. But there's also like in when you do fractional distillation, you basically have to, one of the byproducts that oil produces is potash and potassium. And those are things, if you don't know what those are, that's how you make nitrate fertilizer. Which you need nitrate fertilizer to basically grow things, which everybody needs food. And pretty much what happened is Russia cut Europe off. Russia cut Europe off, and it cut a lot of the Western world off. They produce like a large portion of the world's nitrate fertilizer, which is basically going to kill their agricultural sector. Because you kind of need that. If you've been over here, the price of nitrate fertilizer, it's skyrocketed. It's never been, I've heard a lot of farmers talk about how it's never been so expensive, but that's because there's so little of it. Now, America and the Western world could they could drill for their own oil, and they could, you know, they could produce their own. But if you hadn't realized what started this, part of the reason it started this in the first place is there was this big push. You know how this big push among the American left for green energy. You know, they don't want us burning fossil fuels and, you know, utilizing them or whatever. Well, the problem with that is like food has an energy input cost. You must, you know, put in this much oil to basically get that much fertilizer to get that much food, right? If you're not producing it, somebody's got to produce it. Yep. And the problem is like before this Ukraine thing started, Russia was offering to basically ship them oil from Russia. Then the Ukraine thing started. NATO decided they wanted to start they wanted to start a war. And that kind of, there was that, and there was the economic sanctions that they performed. They basically what they did was is they took Russia off of the SWIFT system. They attempted to sanction them. Africa, India, China. Thankfully, they all said no. Thankfully, they all said no. They tried to sanction them, and what was it specifically? Oh, right. They basically started pretty much they labeled Russians, rich Russians, oligarchs, and took their money, took their yachts, arrested them, and they pretty much didn't allow pretty much Russia to use its rightly owned foreign reserves of cash. They basically, what they did was is they started calling on Russia's debts, which they had the money to pay.
Right.
But then they told them that they couldn't use American dollars or euros to pay for it.
Right.
Which was frankly retarded, but I'm sure you obviously see how retarded that is.
Right,
so,
right. It was $125 billion worth.
Yeah. And pretty much that was like the start of this Russia pretty much telling the Western world no. As far as like sending us their their commodities, their cobalt, their tungsten, pretty much all the little things that we need to make the things that we use day to day. Because
Right.
even if we have it over here, it's not always cost effective to produce it over here, and it's easier to just ship it from Russia
Ship
to
it
say
back.
Europe or
Right.
America.
Right.
That's usually the case with that's why we have global trade. Like even if you can produce it yourself, a lot of times it's a whole lot more cost effective to basically have somebody else produce it and then basically ship it over to where you are.
Right.
And that's the same with really oil, and specifically the potash and the potassium that we need for our food. Now,
Right.
what's going to happen is that's going to cause a global food shortage. Now, I would say the Western world, pretty much the people who are going to be most affected are pretty much, I'd say, Africa, the Middle East, and probably the poorest rungs of society in the Western world. But the people with money who can essentially afford and bid for it, that's pretty much where the food is probably going to go. And that's going to create a kind of a situation for I'd say, Africa and the Middle East. If you hadn't paid attention, if I'm not mistaken, the Egyptian government basically enslaved their farmers here recently. They pretty much gave them a work quota and said that if they didn't, they were going to pretty much put them in prison if they didn't produce pretty much this much food. It's kind of already starting, and it was there was something going on in Kazakhstan. Funny enough, the world kind of ignored Kazakhstan while that was kind of going on. Pretty much the price of gas, if I'm not mistaken, skyrocketed, and the people basically revolted, stormed an army depot, and pretty much took their weapons and then went over and overthrew the government. And that was actually where part of Russia's military was. They were pretty much putting down that revolt because, technically speaking, they're on friendly terms. The governments of Kazakhstan and Russia are technically still on friendly terms. And if I'm not mistaken, Kazakhstan was once part of the Soviet bloc. So that was pretty much where pretty much Russia's A team was. If you hadn't realized, they didn't send Russia's elite over into Ukraine. That was, they were over in Kazakhstan crushing a revolt, and they did it in 2 days, I think. So that being said, as far as the financial system with say Africa and how that's going to affect, I predict that's going to cause a famine, and it's kind of, from what I've gathered, that's where it's headed, where maybe a few months out, if that. And I don't know exactly how that's going to shake out, but I predict that that's likely going to cause some issues for Africa specifically. Now, as far as what I think Africa should do financially speaking, pretty much the best thing that they could do is every country that's basically dependent on the euro, or like, or their currency is backed by the euro or the dollar. Um, they need to pretty much take every dollar that they have and pretty much just buy up gold and silver and back their own currencies with that. Like, because like otherwise, what's going to happen is America. I'm actually not sure who's going to fall first, America or Europe, but it seems like America is, if the Federal Reserve is basically trying to cause a stagflationary depression, and they're pretty much doing this because they're trying to essentially burn up the cash that they printed. Pretty much, that's who they're. I could I'm trying to find the best way to explain that. So they printed a bunch of money. It created a lot of excess demand. Or when you print money, you create excess demand. When people have money, they spend it, and that basically creates shortages in the economy. What your monetary system? It's basically it has a lot of functions, but one of the main functions is it lets you know of the productivity, pretty much the productivity and wealth that you have in your country. You're not supposed to have more money than you do have, like, say actual assets or productivity in your country. And that's what America did. They printed more money. So what they're basically trying to do is they're pretty much trying to cause a crash or a depression to basically wipe out all the money. People threw it in the stock market. Now, when they cause a crash, whatever, and your valuations and everything that you threw, every dollar that you threw into the stock market, let's say I threw a dollar, or a few dollars at, like, say an index fund at, like, say $80 or whatever. If it goes up, like, to $120, I just made $120 per or an extra $40 per share. But if it goes down, I just lost money.
Right.
They're basically trying to do that to the average American so that they can basically kind of destroy some of the demand that's going on in their economy. And that's kind of where we are now.
Yeah,
What
that
I
means
suspect,
you're telling me all the diaspora is going to be in that same boat, especially on the diaspora from Africa. It's going to hurt in such a way where
yeah,
even if they're funding, there'll be some financial crisis that's looming right now. How do you say about the economical reform that they were
as
talking
far as
about?
Africa,
No, as far as well, it's there's a global and as well there's a national in the U.S., right? For the
hmm
Economical Reform Act, because they have this that's been supplied in 2003, and that passed already the Supreme Court. So, do you know anything about that?
you might have to give me an explanation, or like,
But
run it down for me.
there was some because of this printing money, and we're going through this inflation. But it's a well predicted in 2003, and that's where we're going to end up, where every government has to do some reform on the accounting side. So it became on the national side in the US, and then global uh, side, because they all used the US currency as a reserve. So as they exit from the printing money and having the gold backup and all that, they're supposed to have some economical reform that's supposed to take place. Do you know anything about that?
And so as far as, I didn't know anything about that, like as far as like what you're talking about as far as like an act goes. Um,
Hmm.
so as far as countries, they're going to have to do it sooner or later. I would prefer that countries basically do it before, they have to learn the hard way, essentially.
Correct. Yeah, because
Um,
what you're talking about right now, about the inflation, about the printing money, and eventually when that happens and it's realized about the printing money and you got this stagnant inflation and the dollar start withdrawing and dropping, all these nations have the dollars as the really reserve. And that's where
yeah,
the question came and how to make this a reform that where everybody agree to and where we're going to be uh, at one point to be really supporting the economy, the world economy, and where the central banks don't exist anymore because they cannot handle the that heat when all this comes down, because this crash has been predicted for over 20 years.
yep,
Yeah, 2023 actually would be 20 years. So they have to act upon it. And we got all this crisis that's been created, all this COVID that's been created, all these things that's been back to back into this happening. There's a reform eventually because if, okay, a simple question. Dan, I don't know your background if you are in finance or anything else, but you gave me quite a wide range of understanding about the finance. May I ask, if the dollar crash, what happened?
if the dollar
Especially,
crashes,
yeah,
two,
in Africa, especially, I just want to put that in perspective. Go ahead.
so really what I want you to do, and I would say, because what's going to happen is like when the dollar crashes, pretty much everybody that was holding the American dollar as a stable of value and like backing their currency, they're going to get wiped out, financially speaking. But as far as like, I'll say, as far as like what's going to happen specifically, so I would say two or three things are going to happen. One, you're going to get wiped out. Whoever's holding dollars is like, whatever's backing their currency. Um, Two, America will basically lose its ability to maintain, and it's already happening right now. But they're going to lose their ability to maintain like its empire. Like pretty much America, it's it's the only real superpower in the world, and we're going to have like a moment where there's no actual superpower. So likely you're going to see at least the stage ground or like a few wars here and there, pretty much for people vying to basically take that spot. And then I would say after that, like financially speaking, because America pretty much, well, they maintain the trade around the world. Now, this was a mistake I think everybody made. They basically depended on America's massive military because they pretty much spent like the past 60 years expanding their military to a level that like really nobody else could. And pretty much they pretty much govern trade. Um Everybody who wants to do trade is going to have to come up with their own means to basically do trade. And like so the Americans were useful in the sense that like, nobody, no pirate is going to basically come across the sea and like, and attack an American ship because that would be suicide. Uh, every country that wants to, do business across the sea is basically going to essentially have to do it for themselves. I suspect China is basically trying to, at the very least, they're trying to control the China Sea. At the very least, which is part of what I believe Taiwan is about.
Mhm.
But when that trade system kind of goes up into flames, there's probably going to be, frankly, a famine because, like, pretty much before this very intricate system of trade, and I mean famine worse than it is now. Um,
Yeah.
Famine and shortage is worse than it is now because, like, pretty much before, like, this intricate system of trade was like, set apart or like, set up, and we could basically like, send something from like, Africa to America to Asia, back to Africa. Like, um, the world could only, I would say, what was it, 2 billion people? The world could only support about 2 billion people. Now, I don't think it's going to go that bad for everybody, because at least, some people have a means to like, produce a navy. I think Asia, I don't know who in Asia, but probably the balance of power basically just shifted to like from America to Asia, because one, the only people that really have like the means to create their own navy right now, at least to the extent that like, anywhere close to America has. And then two, because pretty much the world, those sanctions, that we were talking about on Russia or whatever, they didn't work. And they didn't work for a reason. The reason people had faith in the dollar is because pretty much up until now, the American dollar had never been weaponized. We would sanction people. We would basically like, say they wouldn't allow you to trade or whatever, but we didn't necessarily weaponize the dollar in the financial system in the way that we have. Now, there's a reason why you never do that. And I think Canada is a good example. With there was like a whole trucker protest, and Justin Trudeau basically pretty much arrested them all, shot their dogs, sold their trucks. Actually, they forced the trucking company to basically tow their trucks and then sold them, and then they basically they froze their bank accounts. Now, when the people realized that was the case, they immediately started rushing. Everybody, at least politically, not necessarily pro-Trudeau, they immediately started rushing to pull their money out of the bank. So when there's when you weaponize a financial system, people tend to start rushing to pull their money out of that financial system. And that was what we did against Russia. Now, the only problem is that there's no, again, we've been the global reserve, like the global reserve currency of the world for like decades now. So there hasn't really been an alternative. That's the only thing kind of stopping what I'm talking about happening. So I was
You think
say,
it seems like they're on self-denial, just not to bring that issue kind of because everybody
what do
got
you mean
the
self-denial?
meaning you know what's going on, and but again it's just like going let it run. I'll wait until it completely crash. You know what I mean? It's kind of
So
the people, the governments, all these treasury, all these economists, they know what's going on, but at the same time they kind of they want to don't want to say anything too soon, but they've been talking about it for about, as far as I'm concerned, about 3 4 years, right before COVID. And COVID was the instance where anything that's been in that route kind of deliberately stopped all this financial transaction that became self-concentrated within the countries. You see what I mean? So they know it's been printed. There's nothing backed up. Now they really promoting about buying silver and gold because this might be the effect and the consequences for ignoring it for so long. When that crashed down, the impact that it has. So people's like, I know what's going to happen, but not pushing it, or not facing it. It keeps it afloat, but the inflation is going skyrocketing. So what's going to happen when the inflation reach a point, what do you call the boiling point where nothing,
hyperinflation.
hyperinflation. There you go. That's the term that I want. What's going to happen then?
So when it reaches hyperinflation, what's going to happen is basically the world's going to realize that, the value of their dollars, it's not worth what it is. So it's going to happen with like how it happened in the Weimar Republic. Everybody with American dollars is immediately going to throw their dollars at the American economy, trying to buy up anything that's actually worth something. And that's going to cause tremendous shortages for one. they're basically trying to make use of their dollar. They're going to try and make use of their dollars before it's like completely useless, because it looks like we can buy something that's actually, you know, has intrinsic value, meaning like value that's like inherent to the thing.
Mm-hmm.
They at least retain some of that value of that dollar. It may not be the same, but like they at least got something out of it that they can take and they can use elsewhere. Now, what's going to happen is basically people are going to have to look to a new alternative. And I would say it can't be the Chinese yuan or yuan. That's actually, I had a Chinese guy, it's pronounced yuan, because they basically print money too. And it's like really bad actually. China basically had its equivalent of, they had their equivalent of the housing market crash. You remember the one that America had in 2007?
Mm-hmm.
They basically had their equivalent to the housing market crash in like here recently. But the problem is they don't necessarily have the same banking system. So people invest in real estate as a means to pretty much, well, preserve their wealth and, you know, grow their wealth and everything. And I think that made up about like 30% of their economy was their real estate sector.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say it's really like a rush. It's really kind of something of a rush to basically produce the next currency, and whoever has that currency or whatever will basically either they're going to rush to gold and silver and trade in gold and silver and actual assets, or somebody else is basically going to have to create the next global reserve currency. And it can't be a currency that's weaponized. That's really the thing. It has to be some place, some area that basically has a currency that's backed by something, can be traded globally, has like, you know, pretty much it serves the function of the SWIFT system.
Right.
But it can't be weaponized like America did. The problem is like nobody really trusts China to not weaponize their financial system, because they do it against their own people. Like that's what the social credit system is. Like you do this or whatever, and you can't, they basically turn your money off. Now, there are people in the world, America and Europe, a large swath of America and Europe, I would say, you know, the Charles Schwab people, the Davos, they're basically trying to, they're trying to create one global currency or whatever, and like this one world super government. But the problem is I think the West is falling faster than they can and basically implement that system. And then after that, nobody was expecting Russia to basically, like, at least in the Western world, they weren't actually expecting Russia to basically like bite back over that Ukraine thing. And it really kind of showed the world how here recently, America's been looking really weak. And really it is weak. Like it doesn't, to put it quite frankly, with like America doesn't have the power of all 50 states anymore. Basically what I mean by that is like it can't call on people from every state to go to war anytime like a person or a country pisses them off or whatever. Like
correct.
It's the kind of like the time, what I would say is like this is like a golden opportunity for like a lot of people in the world, especially I would say Africa in particular, because they can basically start laying the groundwork of being kind of like independent of like, you know, pretty much independent of the West.
Correct.
In the sense that like in the past, basically, if America really the West, if they didn't want you to do something, there was pretty much nothing you could say or do, because pretty much they could sanction you. They could
destroy you.
Some sort of yes.
They can destroy
like,
you.
Even when
literally.
Even if the people initially weren't backing what you were, you know, what America would do, they would just make up some lie, manufacture consent, and then basically send a bunch of like, you know, teenagers to come kill you, all the none wiser, really thinking that you did what, you know, the government said that you did.
It's like Yeah, it's like think about it. It's like playing cards with a bank. You know what I mean?
Yep,
They
I
only
know
need
what you
one
mean.
good hand to wipe you out. They only need one good hand,
It-
and they wipe you out. So that good hand is always there because I'm still gonna be corrupting the cards, right? I still can make some magic
mhm.
into the cards. So all the card game not gonna be fair and square. So that's what I was trying to say. First of all these wars that's been initiated, all this is it's just the way I look at it. My my point of interest is the African continent. Because
Exactly.
uh, the guy is at the farm. He's doing everything he can. He grows chicken, cattle, all the farmland that he can do. But the thing is, when he goes out to sell it, and how much of that economy changes so fast for him, because he can still have his own for his own feeding. He still have everything he needs. But again, when you look at it uh, collectively as a network, they're really going to be losing money that they thought they can invest to purchase like agricultural tractors and everything else. They save it or have a US dollar. You see what I mean? Or a euro dollar, whatever that they're using, wherever they want to buy it from, right? So that will
Yes.
really affect the actual farming industry or agriculture industry right now immediately. Like you said,
Yes.
this thing is going to be really. That's what I was talking about a couple of weeks, starting interlacing Africa with the diaspora. So the diaspora has to, just like you, bringing out those subjects and making sure what we discuss about those every day of the week, because like you said, the window is going to be closing in to whom? To Africans, because now they don't have the things
Agreed.
that they need. So how can we financially, we are in the diaspora, financially set up something for Africa to be resilient for the next coming 6 months, maybe 4 months actually, when you look at it. How do
Well,
you see that?
I would say I would say it has to be ground on up. Um,
Yeah.
you have to start small, or like on the local level and everything. I would
Hmm.
say you have to focus on pretty much, well, increasing your agricultural and financial, or well, not financial necessarily, your agricultural and your industrial sector. Those two things first. So, um, I would say any, like, if you're going to send your kids to, like, a Western, the Western world to basically go to school, whatever, send them to trade school, um, take what they learn, bring it back to Africa, and basically spread that as far as wide as you can. Um, the second part, and I was actually going to ask you about, so I was looking into like one of the reasons why, like, Africa isn't, why it's so hard to do trade. One, Africa is huge. Two, there's only like, from what I understand, maybe one or two navigable, from what I understand, one or two navigable rivers. I know one, the Nile, or at least there's like a very small number of navigable rivers. And one of the
The
reasons why
Congo.
America is able to, in the Congo.
Yeah, the Congo River.
Okay.
But
I would say
dangerous.
one of the reasons, okay.
Yeah.
And so,
Right.
because like I kind of, I was actually going to ask you about this because I don't exactly know pretty much the geographical landscape, and this is one of the things that you have to seriously take into account when you're like talking about trading. Like, I would say, agricultural sector, your industrial sector, and logistics, as far as like getting things where and when. America has, like, the Arkansas, it has the Mississippi River, it has the Great Lakes. It also has like a bunch of coast. Like, there's a lot of water that they can move things across via ship. And they do it. I drive over them all the time. Like, a lot of the rivers, there are no waterfalls, there are no XYZ or whatever. And even when there's like, a drop, they've built lock and keys. I would say you're going to have to build lock and keys around pretty much most of your rivers. Um, and I was going to ask, and this is just like and call me crazy. And I've been thinking about this because I was like, you could technically, and I was wondering like, and this is just a spitball idea. I know it might sound crazy, and I don't know who would even approve of it. You could technically make a river navigable by essentially terraforming it. Like, let's say you can't get through a river, right? Because there's like a very steep waterfall, right? Or you can't get a ship through it without destroying it. So I was thinking, what if you just terraformed it by blowing up the waterfall? Like, it's not like we don't have really big bombs already. Like, couldn't we just like pay the Russians to basically blow up pretty much like,
just to flatten it.
yes, just to flatten it to get a ship through. And then you basically can bring that much, well, yeah, you can bring that many more. That's like a logistical route that you can take to basically do trade from like, one country to the next.
Right.
Obviously you're going to like, because not every river stays in every country or whatever. You're going to have to basically have some sort of pretty much treaty between these countries that they're not going to weaponize the river, because not every country likes every other country next to it, but there has to be some sort of treaty among Africans that you cannot weaponize the river.
Right. Like having a bunch of pirates in there.
Exactly. Or like people just building dams and rivers or whatever, without people and removing water and preventing trade and XYZ.
Right.
So
but
I was thinking,
you think it's crazy, but there might be areas that need to be considered. And again, like we always said, this channel is about producing leaders. You understand? Producing ideas, producing what can we be done, and what can we help into the formation of one Africa. My topic itself is interlacing the diaspora, the knowledge, people with the knowledge, people that really explored Africa and diaspora because of the different jobs offers and knowledge. We have a lot of intelligent people out there, and it's how to bring these ideas. You said it. Guess what? Somebody's gonna pick it up. Somebody's gonna pick it up and say, let's explore this, because you think everybody knows everything. No, it's just these idea that we throw in there, that we can bring the leaders into certain uh, resource form where they can actually build it and being able to do something with it. Because one of the question, I want to say thank you to Aboyak again. I've been trying to say, but the conversation is so deep and intense. Aboyak, I really thank you for your support, because that's one other thing that I will bring in right before, after we've finished some of the conversation. But I really appreciate it, because Swahili Nation One Africa is Mika that started it. We got a lot of family that came. Everybody that you see in here, pretty much our family that supported us. Again, I keep saying I don't need gazillion people to support this platform. I wish that the whole Africa can watch it and be really a source of productive. Everything that you brought in to the table today, Dan, is a lot of information on what's going on in the West and what's going to come back as a resonating frequency that comes and really have an effect in the continent. Because everybody say, oh, the enemy is going to be the West and everything. And no, I always said keep the enemy close, and you will learn something. If you leave the enemy, you don't know when he's going to attack you. You understand? That's my philosophy. Keep always your enemy close and understand what's their move, what's going on, what's happening. And this information in the financial sector that you gave us, I think it will be a good understanding. Everybody has a sense inside where we're going with this. And we have that human nature that gives you some instinct of anxiety or worry or some kind of something is going to happen, because we passed the COVID era. Now we are on this war that's affecting really every sector that you can imagine. Uh, but it is what it is, and we need to protect the continent and the population on what this foreseed issues that's coming into the to the continent, because we're going to be more enslaved into the donations, which is again the dollar. If it doesn't have value, whatever that you thought you can buy, you're not going to be able to buy it the way you're supposed to be buying it. So the inflation to hyperinflation, right there, that's a great information. This is the part of finance that I really, really want to talk about. And then he came really like that's what I wished, and I called for that, and for you to come in here and explain all these up and downs in the financial institution. It's a great gift for our listeners, for those that can do something about it. Start acting now before it
So
gets too late.
yeah, like I've been wanting to kind of talk about this for a while because I've kind of started to see this as like a very unique opportunity in the sense that like m- this could be what I don't want to happen, right? Is like, pretty much the Western world falls or whatever, and then like, just somebody else comes in and decides to, colonize Africa. What I want is to basically give Africa essentially the tools to decide on who they want to be. And, that's obviously going to indicate some form of change, like on, say, like, the African continent. But what's perfect for me is like, giving them the tools for them to essentially decide who they want to be, as opposed to having it decided by some other country, be it America or China or some other, or Europe or some other continent or whatever that doesn't really care about you, or only seems to care about you whenever it's convenient for them, and then is
Hmm.
completely dishonest about it.
Right.
I'm fine with you wanting some sort of new a person so wanting some sort of new mutual benefit, but don't disguise it in the guise that, like, oh, we care about you, we're for you, and then, you know you do things like, well, like what the West has been doing now.
Hmm.
So I was
The best thing I would say, do not get into the conditions unless it's mutual,
yes, I would agree.
because there's always a condition, like they said here, read the fine lines. You know what I mean? And that's why they make them so little, where you can literally pass them. But these are the things that's been given to Africa. You're not reading the fine lines, or you just say this is a contract. You're not reading it really thoroughly when you take those contracts. And I think this is one of the things that I always cry about, is that any resources that comes out from Africa, we should have an oversight committee, because this oversight committee is overdue for Africa. People that really look after the interests of Africa as the whole continent. It's not just you're an African. You don't need to be united in order to think good for Africa. You start thinking it now in the favor of the continent, where we can have not just respect, but just to have an even trades. Something that, you give me a feather, you take my time out in my timex. You know what I'm talking about? The old day. Don't give me a feather and then expect something big. You, that's exactly what's been played so far. You know what I mean? And we're not getting the fair deal, and not knowing our finance, okay, our financial institutions, not knowing your finances, not just counting what you have in your pocket in your bank, but where are you banking? Where does money goes? What is the to a lot of Africans, most of them don't even have a bank. They don't even have a bank account, and the same thing goes in the West too. I mean, everybody doesn't have a bank account. But at the same time, those that are able to bank and those that are able to have those transactions should be well aware about the finances around the country, the region, and how to really understand money.
Mm.
Now you got most of the African countries have their own local currencies, and they play with the local currency. At the same time, like anything else, you get paid as long as you use that money. But whether it's backed by gold or whatever,
It has to
you
be
can
some
ask.
sort of asset.
Hmm.
With Yeah, like people tend to go to gold because it's a metal that doesn't oxidize.
Hmm.
You can basically melt it, reshape it. It has alternative uses, like not just in like say jewelry and everything, whatever. It's also used in electronics, and it's one of the few metals that like say you could make a gold tooth and put it in your mouth, and you won't suffer from any sort of poisoning or anything like that. It has like
Hmm.
what we would call a medical application. So
Right.
that's typically why people move towards gold, silver, and copper for those few
Right.
reasons.
Hmm. And how can we really make that awareness throughout Africa? You know, what kind of messages that we can put? Like you said, the continent is huge.
Hmm.
And to put it in perspective, you can put the United States, you can put China, you can put India, and the whole Europe. And if you take Madagascar, is equally the same size as the Great Britain. That's how huge that is. A lot of people talk about infrastructures, and infrastructures just on the west side. Okay, on the west side of Africa, you're talking about at least, I'm talking about air distance, 3,000 miles across, and it still didn't make it a ding to the east. So you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's
Uh,
what
uh,
I've been. That's really
People.
why I was like asking you about that river thing, because like I was just like the guy I was reading, he was basically saying one of the main reasons that like Africa, it's so hard to build things in Africa is basically because like where other continents had like navigable rivers, like Africa is going to have to make their own. And which is why I was asking about like, could we just theoretically just like terraform a river by bombing it and then pretty much flattening it out, and then basically making a lock and key to basically move ships from there? Because like a lot of when it came to like exploring the frontier in the West, um, obviously there were railways built or whatever, but like they would not have been able to do what they did had they not had like navigable rivers. That's like one of the part of it. And let's say you want to build roads, right? Well, you're going to have to like think about the maintenance and the basically having the resources, like, or well, specifically the industrial machinery to basically build those roads. And then after
Mm,
that, like let's say you build those roads, like even if you do that, you're basically going to have to build some form of like pretty much, I would say, energy. Like
mhm,
a vehicle can only make it to, like, let's say we want to go from like Nigeria to Ethiopia, right?
mhm,
Like a vehicle can only make it so far without like a certain amount of energy input cost. You're basically going to have to build like fuel stations, or like fuel stations. I guess you could say you could make an electric vehicle per se that's powered on solar if you have like the battery capable of doing something like that. You basically have to have a means to basically get from like say Nigeria to Ethiopia, right?
mhm,
Without like building the road in between, and then having like areas where people can stop and basically secure the energy input cost to basically keep on going to the next stop, to secure the energy
mhm.
input cost to keep on going to the next stop until you finally get over into the eastern bloc, right?
Correct.
And well, that's kind of like where we are now. It's like, how do we get there? And I would say for one, we kind of, you have to one, make use of your rivers for sure, in every country, because it's not just like Nigeria to Ethiopia. It's like all of South Africa, like every, again, the continent is huge. So
Correct.
how you going to get like again, roads, and then you have to worry about the politics behind like a country allowing a road to be built into their borders or whatever. Like,
Yeah. And at the same time, you're talking about border crossing,
hmm,
and how you're going to facilitate that border crossing, just like the Mexico U.S. trade. and at the same time the NAFTA, some kind of NAFTA where we can really use some of the terms. We don't have to create it. It's just analyzing it and identifying it to work for Africa. Because we all try to create a new wheel. The wheel is already there. It's just how
Yeah.
you can modify it into make it happen into the applicable part of what you want to accomplish. You know what I mean? It's there. It's the the people that really concentrate on this kind of ideas, just like you now, blowing up the river and making sure it's flattened, and then we got a comment. In the long term, it has a very beneficial part of it. But at the same time, there are, the opposition that you're going to create is like, oh, wait a minute, our great scenery, you're going to flatten it. Well, it's a balance of the two. You understand? People are going to be having different reaction to maybe it's a tourism attraction, whatever that you may call it, because certain falls, they're really some serious falls. You know what I mean? In order to, whatever you're gonna flatten it or dredge it, or as far as I understand, it takes a lot more than the cost itself. You know what I mean? But again, for these kind of infrastructures, in U.S. you have highways and everything else sponsored by corporation or families and stuff like that. Wealthy, well built corporation that sponsor those roads. Is there a possibility that we, African in diaspora, can really fund these things? Just for an example, Ethiopia, the Grand Renaissance Dam was built by Ethiopians. There's no foreign investment in it. The country gave the bond to people that vested their money. Can we do the same replica throughout Africa? And how quickly we can build these infrastructures that we're looking for, whether it's river, whether it's road.
So can you build it? Yes. Uh, I would say probably the biggest building block, like so far as like, or at least the biggest block is kind of the issue of politics and who would allow it. Like so, like let's say the Ethiopia, they have the means to build a dam or whatever, right? You're gonna want a dam to make a lock and key to basically like move ships across the river, like
Correct.
after we've supposedly blown it up and everything, and or blown up the essentially terraformed it to make it navigable, right?
Right.
Um, so let's say there's a country in the southern bloc or whatever. Um, well, they want a dam built or whatever. They can
Right.
either spend the time trying to like figure it out themselves, or they can basically like trade among the basically trade with the Ethiopians and say like hey, can you build us one of these and we'll give you XYZ. um uh Again, it's also the what you're willing to trade. um, I'm more confident in the idea of like, Africans being able to give a decent trade deal among themselves than like, say like, the outside world. Um, because if you can't, like, then the outside world is just going to do it. And they may not give you the deal that you might would have received, like, say among yourselves. That's really the biggest part of it. Um,
Mhm.
that's and I've yet to like you kind of have to make an assessment because I don't know all of Africa and like who's in control of what and what they stand for and everything. But I tend to take the stance that if you want to like get something done, or like you want to get somebody to do something, you basically have to make them a deal that they can't refuse, or a really good deal.
Right.
Like in the way that there was a different time where you were doing a podcast, and you were talking about essentially the brain drain of Africa, and it happens every basically the brain drain of Africa. It happens to Haiti, happens to Black America. Basically, when talent shows itself, it tends to basically move right out of the area that it started in and go right to like, the rest of the rest of the world, be it, America, Europe, or China. Now, there's two things that kind of has to change. The reason why America is able to like recruit the talent that it's able to recruit is because they offer a deal. They offer you, say this or whatever, or this amount of money or whatever, this job and position or whatever. And then after that, there's certain guarantees that like, once you get your position or whatever, that like, these are, well, they have like a better set of like, I would say you have to
Incentive,
be able to give them
incentives,
guarantees.
incentives,
Yeah, incentives and guarantees. Like, and it's
guarantees.
like I would say like you were talking about the banking system, right? The thing with building a bank is that the bank has to have the means to guarantee that what they put in what they put in that bank account is going to be there when they need it.
Mhm.
There has to
Yeah.
be, and that's really where it comes to like you have to be able to enforce it, and that's like a matter of military and police. I don't
There's
know.
one thing. There's one thing that I will ask you. Because comment section is getting bombarded, and I want to bring some of the things that has been written by Demare. Africa trade with India, Middle East, long age under the American circumstances. The people are divided now. They are not relatives to one another.
So
Okay, and
I
that's
would
one of the
agree,
comment that
and I've been
go ahead.
talking, and even among because I have like a lot of I have friends and people that I talk to around, and it's not just like an African sentiment. A lot of the people who kind of realize the sickness that really the Western world is kind of going through, they've kind of, and this is like my a friend, he quote, I take this from him. He basically said, for the world to heal, America must fall.
Hmm.
But the thing is like dominating them militarily was never an option. So luckily, luckily, and this is kind of when I spoke about opportunity. America's headed, it's on its way out. Like some very bad stuff is going to happen to America. Frankly, and don't get me wrong, you were talking about the financial system collapsing. That's going to
Hmm.
cause a lot of pain across the world. And it would be easier to mitigate that pain if people started laying the groundwork now, as opposed to like, frankly, it should have been done 20, it would have been better if it was 20 years ago. But it would be great if people started laying the groundwork now, as opposed to just being caught off guard by it. But
Hmm.
even then, America's probably going to be worse off. Like,
Hmm.
pretty much the collapse of a currency is essentially the collapse of a government. Like, and it
Hmm.
happened in Rome. Like, basically, the Roman denarii became so devalued that Roman soldiers, they wouldn't even accept payment in the currency that they pretty much of the country.
Hmm.
They basically been diluting the currency with like a different, pretty much lead, and it was like only like maybe 2% silver and gold. Like by the time like the Roman Empire fell, like America seems to be making a lot of the mistakes that they're kind of making, but arguably worse. Um, so pretty much when that happens or whatever, either one or two things is going to happen. America's basically going to go into like a CCP style government where like pretty much there's like a social credit system, central bank digital currency, passports and everything, or the whole, I'll say vaccine passports, yada yada yada, where they pretty much monitor your every move, even more so than they do now.
Hmm.
Technically
And
there's
that's
some form
and
of protections because they have like
I
there's some
think
form of
that's
protections that they
what you
have to
talk
have.
about, the one world order.
Yes, that's the goal.
That yeah, and it failed them because look at it from one world. Yeah, China want to impose her way, yes. U.S. want to impose the same way, yes. When you look at Russia, it's a little bit different, okay?
Yeah,
And
that's the thing. That's really
uh,
why they hate Russia. It's not
right,
because
and
Russia did anything per se. Like the Soviet Union hasn't been around for years. They don't
right,
like them because Russia isn't on the same page as them.
because they've been betrayed after the Second World War. They became immediate enemy while they were really allied into getting rid of the Nazi, and they did a tremendous work along with the West, and they showed the true value that they were fighting to get rid of this world enemy. And when it comes to balancing out things, if you look at the alignment with China, yeah, China is going through that capitalism, but at the same time, they watch their back because they've seen what happened to Russia in the years of the Cold War and everything else. So they kind of learn from the history and keep their distance. So when it comes to really think about the currency and being the world trade currency, they don't want to do that. I don't think they have any position to assume just the way America did it. You know what I mean? Because America really used the sleek way, converting from the gold-backed dollar to petrodollar, and China don't want to be in the same boat, and Russia is totally the opposite. Russia is like going, hey, everybody's supposed to develop their own self, but at the same time, they also use the influences on certain military aspect of it. But again, they are the what do you call that? The black sheep of the world.
Hmm.
Basically, they're trying to paint Russia as the enemy, and then when you look at Russia, it's one huge country, and to erase them from on Earth is impossible. And they are fighting for their life right now. Basically, when you have the half of the world is going against, while half of the world knows exactly what's right and wrong, and still go with the wrong, doesn't make you right. So I see uh, the superpowers. It's like they're putting down something they know at the end they can face, they can align. And even Kissinger said a comment. You heard about Kissinger comment about the Ukraine and Russia? Man,
Um, you're probably gonna want to quote that.
oh, I'm gonna quote you because Kissinger, one of the old advisor that always believed we're gonna fight to the last man, right? And he put his comment saying, listen, you cannot keep on supplying weapon to Ukraine because Russia is bigger than you can think. And the more you cripple Russia, Russia's got a tendency to join and to be one power with China. That's the issue right now. You can push, but at the same time, China is now is having a problem when it comes to the Chinese Sea, and at the same time, now you got Russia also having crunch. They're gonna say, hey, why don't we form an alliance, become bigger than NATO?
Well,
Because
that was actually what, frankly, in the grand scheme of things, that was what the UK, or specifically Ukraine, was about. They were basically trying to position Ukraine and line nukes up and like right at their border so that they could isolate Russia in the event of a war with China.
mhm, that's that's what they're trying to play. And I got another funny comment with Damora Damari. She said it's like 54 country, not state like USA. So she laughed about it. Uh, is massive in everything, and she loves it. So thank you,
Well,
Damari.
essentially, that was what America was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a bunch of different sub countries, but like they collectivized at their borders, and there were certain rights that like it didn't matter what state you went to; those were to be acknowledged, and that's what the Constitution and the Bill of Rights was about. But what
Mm,
happened was, is the Civil War happened, and that kind
mhm.
of ended that. Like Africa could technically do the same thing, maintain like their sovereignty among themselves or whatever. They can do
Hmm.
things the way they want to do things, but like what's going to happen is like one, they're going to have to collectivize at their borders for like trade, and then
Hmm.
two, Africans are going to have to decide what are human rights. Basically, what are
Hmm.
the rights of Africans no matter what country you go to? That's
Correct.
something that they're going to have to decide. So, you know, how they say freedom of speech in Africa, or I'm sorry, in America, to the right to bear arms or whatever,
Hmm.
that's universal.
Right.
And they're trying to get rid of that. That's for a different story. They're basically trying to get rid of that so that they can pretty much like, put their neck on the people when the money runs out. That's what they're trying to do in America right now. But
Hmm.
that would take like a kind of an explanation or whatever. Like the way progressives in America do things, they say it's about one thing, and pretty much they redefine things for one. They make a tremendous use of redefining and in language,
Hmm.
and then after that they say it's about one thing, but when you look at what they're doing, it seems to be completely about another. And that's kind of like how they operate. And they do this everywhere. Like we were having a conversation about on this channel.
Hmm.
We were talking about equality, and I was saying that like the notion of equality kind of it really needs to stop. Like in the sense that like um, when a progressive says equality, they mean something completely different from like you know what an African means by equality. And I think that like if you let them control the use of language, they can kind of like get their agenda passed because like I would say, let me try to find a decent example.
The no more movement. Hashtag no more.
Right, like they can
That
pretty much
they tried
redefine
to
what something.
they took it out because it means a lot to the population. I mean, everybody has a say of no more of this, no more of that, and hashtag no more becomes really what else can I say no more to? So they kind of realized that that thing is really moving. Not it was during the Ethiopian demonstration, no more interference in the Ethiopian affairs because it's internal affairs with the war with TPLF. So that no more created another waves that people would start getting aware that within their own country they have a lot of things that they say no more to. Again, like you said, the Second Amendment about the gun laws and everything else. Yes, there are some people that are there. It's something that never been under control because of the age and people the right to bear arm and the age factor. And nowadays, if you look at statistically, the 18 years old that was in the 60s versus 18 years old in the 2022 is totally different attitude. I mean,
Oh yeah,
it's still the 18 is still until he reaches 25, he'll be equal to the 18 in 1960. Okay, so you got this gap.
economically speaking, yes.
There's this gap, and that was created by the people, where really our children, they're not 18 when you say they're 18, because at 25 they become the 18 that you understand is 18. Put it that way.
Pretty much in Western culture, they're trying to perpetually extend childhood.
Hmm.
That's really what they're doing. Um, that's really when you look at what a lot of Western, because like a lot of you value a lot of I've noticed a lot of Africans value Western education. I'm
Hmm.
telling you right now, it's like unless you're going to be a doctor, an engineer, or pick up like some sort of trade, like you just about don't even need it. Like you don't, because it's pretty much like mostly worthless. You'd be surprised the number of bumbling idiots that you find with like college degrees in America. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life had college degrees.
Right.
Um,
And actually, it's throughout the world, just because of the degrees. Like India, she got about 80,000 engineers that graduate, and you cannot use all the 80,000 every year. So they created this business school. It's an American business school where they can really sharpen their business goals and everything else in their learning. But a lot of them, they just memorize things and pass all the tests. But when you really ask them what they really learned out of it, you don't find information. I mean, you can ask them a theory, they'll recite it for you back. But other than that, when it comes to the relation and the business they are in, they're totally not close enough. Put it that way.
they're they're and again, this is like an old trope, but they basically go to college to learn what to think, not how to think. They can't really
Right.
critically think,
Mm.
and
Critical thinking. Yep.
yes, they
And
severely lack it, and they frankly don't encourage it in the school system a lot of times,
yeah,
which is
just an
why I say,
FY. Yeah, just an
yeah,
FY. Africa, 23% of the population is more motivated into entrepreneurial business. That's a lot.
that's wonderful.
Whether you, yeah, whether you are in college or not, it's just. I'll give you an example, just a simple from Ethiopia. The guy is a shoe shiner, okay, because his father was a shoe shiner and ended up by having a store, right? So he's shined his store at the same time he's got this mind of his future that I'm gonna get the store. Okay, I'm gonna get my own little convenience store and everything else. So every time he hit that shine, and the shinier the shoes is, the more thank you and bless you he receives. That keeps him motivated. It's not that he loved to shoe shine it, but it's something that he's got to target it. So he started as a bee shoe shiner, and he ended up by being a convenience store owner. Always look for an opportunity to get to that level. He doesn't care how, but that's his aim. So his mind and emotions are straight to that what he wants to do. And usually it was a store because that's what he learned from his father. And if he's another mechanic or any uh, skill, that's where they're all focused. And whatever the transaction they make is what they hit for their dreams. You see what I mean? So that's an example on how people in Africa being entrepreneurs because they create jobs. 23% really create jobs for Africans.
Mm.
That's a lot. This is just people. It's not through the government programs or anything else. This is individual contribution. 23%. That's a lot of number. So you add a little bit of finance and you add a little bit more top skills to be learned, not the college degrees, but enhance what they have in their hand. It's good enough for Africa to really excel on all angles where you can have the food security.
Yeah,
Because at the end of the day, these 23%, they're all spread in every sector of businesses. So it's just to get the focus part where the finances can be driven to help different sectors where it brings you to the food security and the national human security. Because if everybody's busy, if everybody's working, and everybody's looking to the growth, there won't be no dispute. Your dispute is going to be your contract dispute. If you're at the contract level, that means we're doing well
mm,
because we are at that level. But if it comes to nation trouble, by the way, the word tribe, it doesn't work in Africa. These are not tribes; they're nations. It's more like turning you down, like a little. What I call it, the way they're supposed to see it, they're supposed to be clans. You understand? But when you call them tribe, they are nations. These are the fabric that make that nation. It's like United States. These are the United Nations of that country that makes a country, and they keep calling them tribe. And sometimes it's just the third word, the tribes, all that, and then it comes down to clan. When they have no, if the tribe is the same, they say, "Oh, is this a clan issue?" It's just the terminology that they use to bring down the African nations, because Africa is built of nations, not tribe. Everybody can say whatever they want, but it's built out of nations.
Mm.
That's one of the things. So it's rather say let's make peace among nations. That's in tribes. Their nations. They have their own economy. They got their own. They got laws, their own way of life. But when you start going on tribes, it's like, oh, it's just a tribe. It sounds like nomads. Just a nomad that has no. They keep going around. No. These are nations. They have a plaque. They have their name. They have their neged. The way they said in Ethiopian. So we have to make those differences on the side. Now, like you talked about this coming, 4 month, what is the immediate uh, resource that we can help as a diaspora to the continent? We have to really quickly have a solution, because we don't want to see all these famine. There are famines already that started, and this going to be more exacerbated to make it even bigger on the continent. We need to work on that. What do you say on that?
I would agree. Now, I was gonna actually ask you, because we were talking about food security, and
Hmm.
the first thing is like you have to essentially master sustainable farming, and I mentioned earlier that Russia, that the role that they played was specifically oil. And when you do fractional distillation, one of the byproducts is ammonia and and then you mix that with like potash and potassium, and then you have nitrate fertilizer. And I was going to ask, what countries in Africa specifically have crude oil that they can use to basically produce what's necessary for that?
Oh, you got Nigeria to begin with. Egypt is there.
You think
Uh,
Egypt would do trade with say the rest of the
they,
continent as far as like
yeah,
producing
they're in
stuff?
trouble. They're in trouble. Even Egypt, in a big way, they can be in the Arab leagues, whatever, but at the same time, they're in trouble because they don't have that wheat that used to come from them. So now they got the great opportunity in order to trade the oil, and create the chemical needed for the fertilizers. And so it's a collaboration, because they imagine, they depend on Russian wheat, even though they complain about the dam. So they never used they wasted their water to begin with. Plus the dam, there's nothing that's been developed. They should be, with all this support from the Arab leagues, the support from the West, they should have abandoned uh, weed, wheat in their country, but they don't.
I
Now,
would also say, and I think Israel might have managed to do it, but there was because everybody needs water, and I was wondering why don't people just like focus on trying to make ocean water drinkable? And if I'm not mistaken, Israel managed to, do that. It's like, I guess you could technically buy the technology off of them, assuming they actually did what they said that they did. And you could basically kind of just use that as a means to provide, drinkable water. And then after that, once you have water that's, salt free, then you can technically use it to, essentially water your crops and everything.
Yeah, actually, it was so amazing that you brought this thing. Sam, one of our family member in here on the comment, he said desalination station, and we have drinkable water. It was earlier in the discussion. If you look at the comment section, Sam did put say that yes, but again, it costs a little bit more money. You see what I mean? Not a little bit, but it costs money.
Yeah,
and,
and the government, if it's cost expensive.
Yeah, and then imagine what the priority is set within the leadership. You see, they got their own priority on what need to be done. Are they in line, in line with the needs? Then they know pretty much what we talk about right now, but they surely not really putting certain things in effect. Ethiopia did that, okay, when it comes to the agriculture sector. Okay, Eritrea is self-sustaining. Okay, and that's one of the things that we learned, that countries that have been on sanction for 20 years, including being a terrorist list on the 13th list of terrorists, and still surviving, still coming in. Now they're talking about she might be joining the Arab leagues and all that. With all that things, Eritrea survived. Eritrea is still doing a stronghold on their ideas, on the way of life. And now here we are. Eritrea is pretty much on her own. And the president of Eritrea always told the African leadership, you have to be self-sustaining a country. You have to really be self-sustaining. You don't have to wait for handout. Eritrea doesn't have any debts, any foreign debts whatsoever.
None?
None. He doesn't borrow from IMF. He doesn't borrow from World Bank. Self-sustaining. He's got over 700 dams. Whether he collects water or not, he's been collecting whatever that collects. They share in the crop, and they have food sustaining. Okay, and they showed with all sanction and everything else. If this country has been sanctioned for 20 years and is still surviving and still got a voice, how about those countries in Africa that never been sanctioned or whatever? Why don't they do something about it, of being self-sustaining, and as well show the people they are food secured? That's number one. How can you get collectively? You still have, like I said, they are small parcel, 0.2, 0.5 acres, and the next neighbor got 0.3. The other one got this. They all collectively said, agreed, okay, we're going to grow weed. We're going to get wheat, and the wheat that they have, not only supply for this year, but next year they're forecasting to export it. This is where we want the whole continent to be. Being able to export, and in fact, to prioritize the export stays within Africa. Once all that is secured, even if you don't have a place to grow your weeds, okay, you can really have a depot that can come from a different part of the country. You don't have wheat, then you have sorghum. If you got sorghum, you trade. That's food security, by trading among each other. And again, talk about infrastructure and everything else. Believe me, when you need it, when there's a way, there's a means. It's just how you're going to be talking. Because the African free trade among 50 states was signed and agreed upon. It's just how to bring these laws in effect, all the bureaucracy, all the border issues, all that is going to be cleared out. But as it gets, we got within this 4 month, we got to do something about Africa, because you can harvest in Ethiopia, I believe, 3 or 4 times a year. And imagine if you got that kind of production in the same area. That's why they got a forecast that next year they'll be able to export. So the same idea that worked in Ethiopia, it should be replicated everywhere you can possibly have the same type of lots. So eventually, the whole Africa will be food secured. It's just like here in the United States, you got all these 50 states. They all produce something, and they all share it among themselves, right?
Yes.
You got summer, winter. When winter is somewhere is summer. Basically, temperature, meaning, you know what I mean? So Africa is given. We got the weather. We got the sun. Now the water should be the major hurdle, and we have to find different ways of getting to tap into the water supply. There are certain places where they have underground rivers, which is in the Sahara. They have underground rivers. They're just finding out. So we need to tap in technology to bring that water to the surface, and how we can share that water and make it beneficial, and really not to misuse the water, because we lost a lot of water by misusing it.
I would
So
agree.
something, it's just how to be efficient. Look at, again, I'll give you a very simple example, is Egypt, okay? She should be, at the end of the deal, selling water to Jordan, right?
hmm
No, Israel is selling that water. 50,000 cubic ton or something, some crazy number. And I'm like, wait a minute, they have desalination, in Israel, but at the same time, they sold some of the technology to some other countries, and then yet they're getting the end of the Nile also to supplement the difference. That's where the pipe is. Clean water. So if you don't have grown your weeds in Egypt, okay, now you're begging for weeds from other country, because it used to be supplied from Russia and Ukraine, I believe. Now they're stuck, and that shows you the misuse of water. Let alone to talk about the dam. You had enough water, and you still not use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they talk about the drought. This happened.
So
If you really balance it out, it's just like in the Bible. It says, 7 years of drought. The old Joseph story, right? And 7 years of goodness, right? So we need to balance and shift the way our climate is. Use the water that we receive, because we got water. It rains. Yes, some area doesn't rain, but there's other things that it can do to make it rain. There's technology out there. I don't know, Dan, you know about that, right? There's technology out there that it can make rain. Hello?
talking about was something that they could actually affect the weather, but I wasn't sure to what extent they could control that.
I did. It's really a whole program for that. But anyway, to continue, yes, there's that technology, and in fact, there was another gentleman that supplied this machine for Flint, Michigan, basically getting the condensated water and make it what do you call that? make it fabricate the water, basically kind of collected of air, all the moisture from air, and then run it through the filter system and make it, people would from Flint use gallons, thousand and thousand gallons because of this man that put that machine together. He's from Texas, a brother. Anyway, this can be done. Again, Dan, I really appreciate that you join us. There you go. I'm glad you came back. Hey,
Yeah.
we lost you for a
Sorry about
minute. That's all right. No, I was saying also there was a gentleman that was able to create this machine where he collect water off air and process it and give you a clean water, including the filters, the filtration, and everything else is in there. And he did supply that to Flint, Michigan. Was that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd actually seen that. I hadn't heard about the part about him supplying it to Flint, Michigan, but I and say that's great because from what I understand, they had like they had an issue with I think their piping as far as like moving water from here to there was an issue with piping, and they were having trouble with I guess making water basically drinkable water from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
From not, so I hadn't heard about that part. I heard about like the guy who invented the machine with the
Yeah, put your email on the chat, right? I'll send you a link once I find it.
Let's see. And there we go.
Okay. Yeah. This he's a black African American. He created the machine. He had
Yeah,
a lot of issues. I mean, this guy just went in there and delivered those 4 machines or something. He provided so many thousands of gallons of clean water in Flint, Michigan. Some of the people. I mean, the technology was there. You know what I mean? It's pretty much an open source. But he's the one that really put it together in the need when the people needed that clean water. That's the impact. And for us in Africa, we can do that. But again, how this thing runs in order to make it operating. It's in the energy part. Does it take whatever the energy that he uses, electricity, whatever, But again, we got a solar panel, and you got a solar panel that can run through the batteries. The same effect. It might be slow and dripping, but it's still going to get water. You know what I mean? It's like how much you can generate out of it if it depends on the consumption of the energy that you use. But he came in when Flint, Michigan doesn't have any clean water whatsoever. You got to buy the bottle, you got to fill it, and all that. So he eliminated all that inconvenience, and it was on the spot. So if it is electricity, he was able to get the funding for that because it's helping the people. So if we can get the same energy, in fact, there's another guy that created a free electricity using the radio waves, okay? And that machine kind of convert the radio waves into electricity. And he's from Zambia.
I had heard about
that. So, yeah, I mean, we have people that it's just we need to put those things together where we can really help on the areas where they needed the most. Okay, clean water will help the health of all Africans, specifically those that depend on the rivers, those that depend on getting water. Things are getting polluted, and it makes our African brothers and sisters sick. So you go through the well water has different issues. If you're gonna everything to filtrate and have clean water for Africa. I mean, there's so many campaign that's been ran, but the way they ran it, by now, Africa should have end-to-end conduits and water supply by now. That's how much money that the NGO has been spending. But yet, it's just a trickle, just few here, few there. Oh, we just created this. Yeah, it's a nice, but I wanted to multiply just like Ray Kroc did for McDonald's. You got a good working one, let's replicate to another city, to another block. That's what we lack. It's like educating our African brothers and sisters that are in the village and they got 5 miles down the road that doesn't have water. Can he replicate the same thing for that same region? Again, like I said, 23% entrepreneurs in Africa. That's a lot. From 23 to 26, actually. It's just a percentage, a variation, but it's a lot. It's a lot of people. But then I really appreciate your time. I'm just gonna be wrapping the show today. Great topic, a great discussion. My commentators, I want to thank Damor Damarier and as well Aboyak. He was with us for a few minutes. I really appreciate that. We have BJ that joined us and have a conversation. I really appreciated everybody that really joined me today. I hope we got something inside that we can really work with. Dan covered a lot of part of the financial systems, and I'm very grateful. And as I ask always, I'm very grateful to Xavier. And I want to conclude this show by putting a little prayer for all my African brothers and sisters, and as well those in diaspora and those that really support us. May Xavier bless you all. May he shine you with all health, better ways, and bless you in any which way that you ask him to. I really appreciate it. Dear Lord, you're the creator, you're the way. And lead us in this one Africa, the unity of our people, for those that have been oppressed, that have been colonized, that have been persecuted, still to the day. Have mercy on us. Look on what we are here discussing for a better Africa. I'm really appreciated for putting this show together at the right time, at the right place. People came in and put their words. Thanks to you, Xavier. May you bless the world for peace, love, and harmony. Give the world the health. Let's us heal through this process where we're losing time and people that are dying all over the place. And make sure that you really bless us. For those who died, may God bless their soul. Let them rest in peace. And for those that are alive, struggling on hospital beds, and those that are injured, those that have been hurt, go over their wound and give them a fast healing. And one of my people that always ask for your help, Xavier Hoy. I want you to look over Marie Antoinette, Kaku, Kuku, Tzadeka, and Mikashwala. I pray, bless them with everything that they require from you. You know exactly what they want in their heart. Fulfill that. Heal them. Most of it, give them the good health. And for the rest of Africa, this is Biggie from Diaspora Talk. I love you all, and thank you for joining me today. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Good night, everybody, and good day, and good evening, good afternoon, and good morning for those. Bye.